Hey guys, welcome to the channel. As you see in the thumbnail, what if Issei was adopted by Zeus and become Olympian dragon? Before I start, please do support for more awesome content, and subscribe my channel and like this video. Go support and follow the Marcus from 2005 for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story. Link in the description. Human world, Greece. It was an early morning in the human world, or more specifically Greece, when many golden lights from the heavens descended down onto earth, with the sunlight behind them, almost covering them, allowing them to land without being noticed. They each landed in a different place around the town they had all agreed to visit, or rather that a few of them had demanded they all visit so as to show them what they had done. As each of the lights landed, they soon after faded, revealing people, old ones, young ones, and a few even had animals inside of them. Though in one of the lights, the most brilliantly shining one, there wasn't one, but two beings. One was a handsome swan, unmatched in his physical beauty and perfectly colored feathers, while the other was an old lady, carrying the beauty of an animal with a less than stellar expression on her face. The two, like the many others from their landing spot, began to walk down from the rocky hills surrounding the now ruined city of Athens. The sunlight hit the many ruins, and toppled over buildings almost poetically, as each one of these beings felt either shame, guilt, or frustration over their collective actions for making this happen. But mostly were these emotions evident on the faces of the couple of the old lady and her handsome swan, as neither dared look at the many crushed bodies, nor wanted to listen to the still few lingering cries of help and sorrow that could be heard beneath the rubble. Why do we do these things, Zeus? Don't you see how much this ruins our people? The old lady asked, after having sat down on what little remained of an old, yet now broken in half, marble bench from their former golden age. The swan, or more precisely Zeus, didn't answer back, as he just watched the ruined landscape before him with guilt in his eyes. Had he really caused all this death and destruction over a mere joke? No, over a childish and foolish attempt by his sons to make him and Hera argue for their amusement. He could barely fathom it himself, with his wife sharing that same belief. If only we could be the gods they wanted us to be, Zeus said softly, before leaping out of his wife's arms and began to walk around the remains of his once glorious people's capital. The few still alive cries and screams of sorrow all began to die down slowly, one after another, as his son, Hermes, and Thanatos began to release their souls from their broken and dying bodies, leading them to the underworld. Though even after wandering for a bit more by himself, only occasionally seeing members of his family and faction, all looking gloomy and guilty like himself, he heard something, a small cry for help. It was unlike the others he had heard before, which all had been in Greek. This one was in Japanese. It was clear to him it was a child, and a boy by the sound of it as well. He was crying in such a determined voice, almost like he wasn't worried for his own life, but the life of others, or maybe just one single person. Zeus could hardly stand to listen to the child cries, as he covered his ears with his wings, not wanting to hear any more of its cries for help, and just hoping that soon one of the two gods currently releasing people from their painful life would help this child and whoever it was he was trying to save. But nothing happened. It was not the child's, nor the person he was trying to save time. Zeus could hardly believe that this child was not fated to die today. It made him turn almost instantly into a more useful form, a young man of near equal height to his true form, with a matching hair. He ran over to where he could hear the child, and began to remove the many bricks, pieces of wood and glass that had the child trapped. Hera! Come and help me! Quickly now! Zeus roared to his wife, not in anger but more in desperation, like this boy meant so much more to him than he really did. Hera, along with a few others, began to folk around their leader and his slowly growing pile of broken house parts, all of them confused by his actions, as they had all promised not to interfere in their people's lives, not since the whole Trojan War thing had happened. Zeus, dear brother, what are you doing? We are not to help these people, that is what we all dash. I do not care, Poseidon. This child, this boy right here, is not fated to die yet, nor is his friend. I will save this boy. Zeus interrupted with no long voice of anger, and almost parental worry, as if he saw this boy as his own. It made a few of the younger gods gathered there slightly jealous of their father's sudden affection for this unknown boy. It didn't help much when even their mother, Hera, ran over and began to help her husband in freeing the child from their unintentional made prison. The two began to lift more and more of the rubble out of the way, soon allowing for them to spot what looked like a still somewhat intact room in the depths of the house. Help! Help me! Help Irina! Please, anyone! The small boy's cries could now be heard without much interference, making some of the other gods feel a slight tug at their hearts as his cries of desperation and worry for his friend made them all view the boy as a brave little guy. It also made them help their king and queen with saving the two children. Don't worry, child, we will help you. I promise you. Zeus called out in Japanese, surprising the boy slightly, before making him feel a much-needed feeling of relief for having someone from his country be here to help him. Zeus and Hera, after having the other gods lift the remaining pieces of rubble and such out of the way, both went down the hole carefully, both making sure they didn't let what remained of the broken pieces fall down onto the boy, and thereby sealing his fate for good. As the two arrived at the bottom, they bore witness to quit the scene. The young boy who had been calling for them was quite small, making them both think he was no more than 8, maybe even 7. He was lying on the floor, with his left leg well and utterly broken, bending in ways it shouldn't. And to his side was a small girl, no older than he was. She had a rather large cut going across her chest and stomach, with the sharp thing having done it seeming to have been embedded into a wall behind the two children. There was no light in here, making it rather hard for the two gods to fully see the two children, but they could still see what their current physical state was like, and it wasn't good. But they also couldn't see any signs of parents, or older figures in the room. As Zeus began to look around a bit more closely, Hera moved over to the two children, scanning the two her eyes to see if she could find anything else on them that shouldn't be there, though there was nothing, thankfully. Are you okay, young one? What is your name? She asked, as she approached the two slowly, even opening her arms a bit nervously, as she wanted to soothe the still yet remaining conscious of the two. The small boy, rightly so, became worried at her forwardness, even slightly covering his friend with his body, despite the immense pain he was in. Who? Don't touch her! He screamed, making Zeus put his focus back onto the children and his wife, before wheezing quietly for Hermes to come down, since they still needed to heal the girl. I won't harm her, young one. I simply wish to help you, and your friend, that is all. Hera spoke softly, as she sat down on the ground, uncaring for her robes being smothered in dust and dirt. She sent the small boy a warm smile, hoping it would let him see she wasn't here to harm him, nor his friend. He looked over at Zeus, making the connection that he had probably been the man that had called out to him. He looked over at Hera again, still feeling worried about her intentions, but couldn't deny his slowly growing feeling of tiredness, and his fading adrenaline that had kept him going so far. Her smile seemed so soothing and friendly, like she really did want to help him and Irina. He lastly looked down to his Irina tear-stained and unconscious face, before feeling the last of his strength leaving his body. Please. Help. Her. He fell over, with sleep taking him instead of death, thankfully. Hera catched him before he flew onto his friend, before lifting him over and into her arms as she stood up with him, moving over towards the hole and passing Hermes, who sat down and began to heal the girl. I think maybe this was fate, Hera said, her heart feeling guilt, yet also joy at having found this boy, feeling that he would do great things one day. I believe so too. Though it is too bad that these things only ever happen when they ruin something, Zeus said shamefully, before following his wife out of the darker parts of the hole, with Hermes following after them with the girl in his arms, all of them leaving with the others once more as shining light. The many cries and screams of the people had vanished, and was instead replaced with rescue car sirens, as the worst day in Greek history had begun, and the start of a great prosophy having been started. Time skip 8 years later, up high in the clouds above the realm of man and angels, was the realm of the ancient gods of the world. Each faction who called this place home were ancient and powerful, with many of them being more known than their younger and newer counterparts. One such realm was that of the Olympians, the great mountain on which the Greek gods lived and thrived. Each of them bearing their own unique aspect of certain elements in life, such as lighting, the ocean, the afterlife, and even parties. Some even had much more specific uses. They could, for example, be rage, happiness, and love. Truly, their faction with so many kinds of gods and aspects, there could never be a dull moment for any or all of them. As if they weren't fighting over whose demigod child was the better drinker, then they would be fighting over playing with each other in their own selfish ways. Yet still, besides these aspects that many of the other factions always found to be rather obvious signs of a broken family, they still herald the importance of unity and family, and would be the last faction anyone other than the two dragon gods would ever dare fight in an open battle, as they would never go down without a fight. One such being who was a rather steadfast believer in this way of thinking was the demigod of dragons, Issei, a young man who in his earlier years had been made an orphan, because of his now adoptive parents' unneeded and childish argument. He was 17 years old, with a strong body, yet thin, slightly resembling his older brother Hermes. Yet he was still as strong and mighty as older brother Ares. He had medium-length brown hair, with a spiky look to it, which was thanks to his adoptive father's constant use of lighting, which had luckily made him rather resistant to lighting, but had also ruined any chance for him to have his hair be normal-looking. But he had learned to live with, like he had his anger for his adoptive family, as they had given him immortally godlike strength and the ability to stay together with his childhood friend, Irina. Though only the first two had been given to him currently, since the last one couldn't be fulfilled as she had still to awaken from her accident. But like his faction's weirdly functional family dynamic motto of, "We all stand together no matter what," he had learned to accept his family for their traits, even if some were literally to just kill or torture people. He was currently watching a group of older demigods reminiscing of their old exploits and adventures, while arguing over whose were the better of them as a demigod. It was fun to listen to them, as he never knew if they would start fighting, despite their old age and old bodies, since it still looked cool as hell, or if they were just gonna talk in passive-aggressive tone to each other for the rest of the day, until one of them brought a vase or 500 of wine. "So, what is our favorite little brother doing today? Watching the old has-beens?" Hermes asked. He lightly tapped Issei on his shoulder, making him look to his side, only for Hermes to tap him on his other shoulder, making Issei swing his spear up into the air, smirking when he heard the slightly surprised yelp from his brother. "Hello Hermes, are you bored or something?" asked Issei, happy with his small victory over his mischievous older brother. Hermes just pouted a bit, before shrugging his a few losses to Issei off and sitting in a cross-legged position, but in the air. He could do this because of his shoes, which had wings allowing him to fly, among other things. "Yeah, you got me. I am bored and Ares isn't home, nor is Apollo, so I have no one to mess with besides you and Hera, but you know," Hermes said with a relaxed tone, until saying Hera, which made him gulp with a frightened look on his face. "Hera, scary," the two said in unison, as they both remembered a time they tried to prank their mother. It ended badly, with Issei having to help Ares for 2 months straight with a few wars in the human world. It had helped him become stronger, but he wasn't so happy about having to kill humans, nor using his power to help others kill each other. "Anyways, I did come here since Zeus wants to speak with you regarding some political crisis or something like that," Hermes said, not caring much for how his dad had described it to him, since it didn't affect him, at least for now. "Really? Zeus wants me to do something that's political? Didn't my trip to Valhalla prove I am useless for these kinds of things?" Issei asked, slightly annoyed, but also worried about his father's sudden request for him to do something he wasn't really comfortable doing. "Well, those are the rules. Zeus asked you to do something, and you do it, or else you have been punished in some weird way by the fates. Just go and do it. It can't be as bad as the Thor accident, trust me," Hermes said, slightly chuckling as he remembered how Issei looked when he was sent to pick him up, after Issei had Thor had fought over which faction had better lighting. "Fine, I'll go see what father has in store for me this time. Has any dash, if she woke up, you would be first I told it to." "Don't worry, she can't stay asleep forever, Issei," Hermes interrupted Issei, knowing this question would come, since Issei had asked it almost the same way every day for the last 8 years. Okay. I'll go now, Issei said, his former relaxed mood having been slightly spoiled, yet it was still not showing too much. Issei headed off from the main gathering arena of the demigods and their respective gods they had to follow in order to do their job, or just help. He went towards the stairs leading to Helios, as they were called, since the stairs was the main way to go up and down Olympus, before one would have to split off to other stairs for one of the main temples or workshops for some of the 12 Olympians. He would have to pass by Aphrodite Lounge, Hephaestus Workshop and Apollo and Artemis Chariot Stable, before he would have to go up the last set of stairs, namely the King's Rise, which lead to the main temple where Hera and Zeus lived, his adoptive parents. He used to live there when he was still a child, with him having to sleep with Hera and Zeus many times in the beginning, as his nightmares of that day would be too much for him to sleep. He left his spear at the front gate, in one of the giant pits of fire, allowing it to heat up. He closed his eyes for a moment, before stepping inside and walking towards the main meeting hall, where he could already hear people talking, some of which he knew, and some he didn't. I wonder who they are, he thought as he neared the room, finally being able to tell that there were more than one other person in the room he didn't know. Yes, I would agree, my nephew is quite the man, he should be able to protect her without much difficulty, Poseidon said, even chuckling a bit as he said it, as he watched his brother, Zeus, looking at him a bit annoyed since he didn't want Poseidon to show off his son to their gusset. He wanted to do that. That is true, my son is quite the warrior, but let us wait for him to arrive before we continue this discussion, Zeus said, leaning back into his throne, feeling a childish sense of victory over his brother, even smirking a bit. I see, well, I believe my sister would be delighted to hear that, not that I think he will be doing much fighting, at least I pray he doesn't have to, the unknown gusset said, revealing via their voice that they were a man, making Issei a bit less interested since he had semi-hoped it had been a woman visitor for once, since for most of his life here it had been a pure sausage fest. But the mention of him being a good warrior, and along with how the visitor had talked about him meeting his sister, plus the detail about him praying Issei didn't have to fight, made Issei start to have an idea of what this whole deal might be about. They were going to make him a bodyguard to someone's sister, but whose sister? You called for me, father. Mother. Lord Poseidon, Lord Hades. Issei made his presence known, bowing to each of his relatives, before turning towards the visitors and becoming awestruck at the sight of their wings. It was clear to everyone in the room that this was Issei's first time meeting an angel, and an archangel at that. His eyes were practically glued onto the angel golden wings, before moving on to see the man's ocean blue eyes and his long golden hair. He sent Issei a friendly smile, as he turned towards him fully, bowing his head quickly before speaking. Good day to you, son of Zeus and Hera. I am Uriel, one of the 4 main leaders of heaven. I came here today to speak with you about a matter I believe you would be perfect for, Uriel said, his voice filled with kindness and calmness, making Issei have a weird sense of déjà vu, since he could have sworn he had a similar encounter with Eros the other day. He noticed anyone was looking at him, along with the other unnamed visitor who was standing behind Uriel, making him feel a bit embarrassed. He quickly took a deep breath, before responding to Uriel. And to you as well. Should I call you Lord Uriel or? Issei asked, being genuinely concerned for what reaction his mother would have, if he didn't use honorifics for their gusset. Though to his surprise, his mother didn't kill him and Uriel even chuckled a bit, before shaking his head calmly. There is no need for such titles, since I only came as a messenger today, Uriel said, as he began to search for something inside a little bag he had on his side hip, before stopping as he seemed to grab something inside of it and took it out, showing a rolled scroll of paper. Here, this is for you. It is from my sister, Gabriel. She wishes for you and you alone to hear the messenger inside of it, Uriel said, as he handed it towards Issei, who walked over, in a slightly awkward way, and took it from his hand carefully. Thank you, Uriel, I will take. Thank you? Issei said, finding himself to be at a loss for words, which was a first for him. It earned him a cheeky chuckle from his 2 uncles, even one from father. only his mother seemed to find his lack of words to be disappointing. Uriel didn't seem to mind, as he just kept smiling while watching him slowly and awkwardly walk back to his spot near the entrance. Well, it seems that you're finished now, brother, so could I maybe ask for my request now? Another man, another angel, even though his wings were black, meaning he was a fallen angel, stepped forward, having been blocked from Issei's sight by Uriel. Zeus seemed to sigh tiredly as the man did this, making Issei worry that this was one of the few beings, besides Ares and Hermes, that could annoy his father enough to make him tired by just their sheer presence. You may make your request, you little brat, Zeus said, uncaring for his former respect that he had shown to Uriel, even going as far as to call the man a child. Then again, most of Issei's family was older than the three factions, which Issei could now say he had met a member of each one of now. Thank you, old man. Now then, if you would be willing to indulge me here for a moment? The man asked rather proactively as he looked at Zeus, who just rolled his eyes, before sending a quick little bolt lighting at the man to catch. Thank you. Now then, lady and gentlemen, I have a grand proposal for you. One that would benefit both of our factions, the man said, as he held Zeus' lighting in his left hand, while holding his light in his right hand. And what is this proposal of yours, Azazel? Last time you tried to make one for us, you nearly destroyed my realm, Hades asked, sounding nearly as annoyed as his brother. He had also revealed who the man was for Issei, making Issei semi-flip inside of himself, as he had heard the name Azazel a few times from some of his friends, with them mainly saying less than good things about him. Now that is all in the past, and besides, I fixed the damage I caused, didn't I? Besides, this won't be anything like that stupid plan, no, because this time it will work, Azazel said confidently, making the three head gods all share a quick glance with each other, before continuing to watch Azazel with slightly heightened interest. Go on then, Zeus said, as he began to stroke his beard. I wish to have an audience with the Fates. Absolutely not. The Fates are not ones to be disturbed by any outsider. Issei broke in, not really thinking what he had just said fully through, before he had realized he had already said it all. Though his feelings came from a place of traditions that had been hammered into him, his words had been unneededly harsh, especially for a demigod of his status. Despite his heritage, in the form of him having been adopted by the king and queen of the gods of Greece, he was still only a demigod, and worse yet, he was an unknown demigod, with his only known myth being that of his first meeting with his adoptive parents and family. Though it hardly counted as one, it was a beginning, and one that was seen as the possible second most important one for many in the faction, as it symbolizes who the person in it might become one day. Issei, calm yourself, Hera said, not sounding angry, but more understanding if anything. Issei immediately bowed his head in shame, before going down on one knee. I am sorry, mother. I shouldn't have reacted as I did, Issei said apologetically, as he kept bowing before the gods, earning himself an interesting look from Azazel. It is fine, young one. Perhaps you should leave for now, and listen to the message sent by Lady Gabriel, Hades suggested, sounding rather cold in his tone, but that was only to the two visitors. As for the others, he sounded calm, yet friendly. It was a curse he had thanks to his aspect, but for the people who knew him, it was barely noticeable, since they could always hear or see his true intention. Yes, I shall do so, Lord Hades. Excuse me for now, as I shall take my leave, Issei said, bowing his one last time, before walking out of the hall and leaving the adults to their discussions. So it seems like a lot of you like this story, so I decided to write another chapter and will probably keep posting more chapters as time goes. But don't worry, the other stories are also being worked on, so don't fret. Hope you all enjoy. Bye. Olympus, lower tower of Mount Olympus. Inside one of the many open-air rooms of Mount Olympus's demigod district, in his little room of his own and sitting on the edge of his balcony, was Issei, looking out over the edge of the mountain's plains and down below through the white clouds and into the human world below. It was a sight to behold, at least the first 5 times or so. After that it becomes mundane, like most things when oneself is exposed to it enough daily. He felt this weird feeling of unease, as he watched the world below him with a distant look, as it seemed so distant, yet it felt so close. Unlike many of his brothers and sisters, not to mention cousins and the rare few people who weren't related to him, He was born on Earth and had a life before becoming a demigod. It might have been a relatively short life in comparison to his current one, as he went through each day back then without a care in the world, while now he trains, patrols, and fights almost every day. Slight differences could happen throughout the week, but it was mainly just these three things he did almost all day, with the exception of eating and sleeping, and sometimes he would just sit like he was now, and just watch the world below him, thinking of his past, thinking of his parents, and when Irina was still awake. It made him sad to remember these things, but it was also comforting in a way, at least until Isis would come into his room and flood it with her own tears. Being the goddess of sadness, misfortune, and misery isn't easy, it's surprisingly mentally exhausting. Pooh! What to do, what to do? I should answer Lady Gabriel's message at least, even if I am going to deny it, but that just feels needlessly cruel. Issei said out loud, his voice being calm, yet small traces of frustrations were also evident in it. He had just listened to Gabriel's message a minute ago, and had been sitting with the letter in his hand since. He had learned two things, one being that Gabriel had a beautiful voice and that she had asked for his help with something he didn't know how to feel about. She had asked him to give her Irina, so that she could change her into this brave saint's thingy. She had explained that it was like the evil peace system developed by the devils, but even that didn't help Issei, as he had never heard or encountered such a thing, either in his studies or on the battlefield. But what he did understand was the very obvious and probable most important detail that she had told him. She can bring her back. Fully back, and as an angel to boot. But that's not what I want, Issei quietly, as he looked down at the message again, a feeling of growing frustration starting to slowly emerge on his face and in his eyes. He wanted to accept her offer, he really did, but it would mean he and Irina would be on different sides for the rest of their lives. But if he denied her offer, and waited until Irina finally did wake up, would she then resent him? Did she even still love him, like she had told him she did on that night 8 years ago? It had begun to gnaw at him lately that his memories of that day might have changed slightly in some ways, in which some parts of it had either been fully forgotten, while some had been made up. He had been worrying for some time now that Irina's confession of love to him might have been dreamed up by his brain as a way to make that night less traumatic, but he couldn't be sure. But still all these feelings, thoughts, and dilemmas all had to step aside for the moment, as the head of a wormy snake came slithering into his lap. "Hey there, Lenitos, where have you been hiding?" Issei asked, a bit more upbeat as he didn't want to worry his best friend and pet, Lenitos the Trojan serpent. Lenitos just continued slithering as it began to make circles with its body on top of Issei's legs, before resting its head at the top of its self-made hill. "Ah, I see, so you're just here to lie on me today, is that it?" Issei asked, less happy with the appearance of his pet now that he knew what its intent was. Lenitos answered him with a simple, yet prideful snore as it began to sleep, leaving Issei to its mercy of when it would wake up again, meaning that it could very well, if it so wished, make him late for dinner. "Seriously, Lenitos, can't you sleep on top of anyone else besides me? By Gaia, what point is there in being the demigod of dragons, when they don't even listen to me?" Issei asked in a low and somewhat tired voice, as his former worries seemed to slightly fade, as new and much more potent problems took over for now. Despite Lenito's current size, it was in fact rather huge, not to mention heavy. If not for Issei's near-immortal body, and the amount of training he had done in his life, he would currently have been crushed to death, or at least his legs would have. But luckily that wasn't the case, and yet also unluckily that meant he couldn't just throw off Lenito's body all willy-nilly, since if he did and Lenito's didn't react fast enough, then a pretty good chunk of Mount Olympus would fall off just by its weight alone. Now Issei might not be the strongest demigod out there, but he was pretty confident in his ability to carry or at least not crumble under great pressure, something that he shared with only a handful of other residents on Olympus, like Heracles, Perseus, Ares, and his granduncle, Atlas. So while he might not be able to hit a mountain and break it apart in one hit, he could still carry that entire mountain with one hand for many days, and nights without rest without a problem. But that was also as far as his powers went, since he was mainly a physical fighter, with barely any magical skills or capabilities to speak of, only knowing the most basic of spells, like teleportation, communication, and such. It made him very limited in his fighting capabilities, but also made him much more dangerous in the ones he did have, as he had more time to train and perfect those skills. But now he couldn't continue this training of perfecting his skills, nor worry about if tonight's dinner was gonna be edible or not, as now he needed to unwillingly undergo a session of intense lifting for the next 2 hours or so. Once Lanitos lies down, you either ruin the entire faction or you sacrifice your food in order to keep everyone safe, and this was a duty he knew all too well, as this was his 3rd day in a row where he wouldn't get to eat dinner because Lanitos. If only someone would bring me my food for once. Please, Gaia, I beg you. Issei cried out, as the afternoon began to fly by, and night began to consume the sky above, and the whipping of horses could be heard as Apollo and Artemis shifted places in the sky above. Time skip 1 week, so let me get this right. You agreed to have me stay in the human world, to look over some high-ranking devil's sister, in exchange for the promise of an alliance along with other benefits. Issei asked in a frustrated tone, as he sat with his parents at the morning table eating their Sunday brunch together at their own separate table, while the rest of the gods and demigods shared the giant gathering hall behind them. Though barely anyone was eating, besides Hermes and Poseidon, since they already knew all the details, plus they were too hungry to care to listen in again. Yeah, that sounds about right, so what's the problem with it, my son? Zeus asked, unaware of his son's issue with his request, which only served to make Issei more frustrated and make some of the unintended audience members begin to giggle and laugh at the two. The problem is, you're sending me to the human world to protect someone I don't know, and you hadn't even thought about asking for my opinion on the matter before today, when I am supposed to leave for this mission of yours. Issei nearly yelled, making his mother giggle a bit as she saw the confusion look Zeus had in his eyes. He genuinely didn't understand why his son didn't want to go, until it hit him like a squat truck. Oh right, you're worried about Irina, right? Well, don't worry, you and her will go there together, since the devil heiress there could potentially help with waking her up. Zeus said, feeling that this was what Issei had been worried about. It wasn't, but it did serve to make Issei reevaluate his father's request, and if he should just say no and stay here or go and see if this devil girl could really do something like that for him and Irina. I don't know, father, it still seems like a really big risk. You'll be going back to Japan, my son. Back to your old home. Zeus said in a calm yet serious voice. The whole hall became silent as the J word had been said, and the entire focus of every member of Olympus suddenly lied on Issei, all wondering what he would answer to that question. Issei just sat still, as an uncomfortable quiet began to spread all through the hall, with him being its source for it, as he had in the past had a difficult time talking about his home. It was mainly because his parents and him used to live there, which was a fair reason for most of them to not speak about it so openly or ask him about it, but other reasons had also begun to appear throughout the years. They might be minor in comparison to his main one, but even so they made it harder to talk about, and even think about. But for those as well, Issei knew he had to return, and knew that one day, when Irina would finally wake up, she and him would probably have to go down to Earth, to their old homes, and truly say goodbye to their lives as humans. He took a deep breath, feeling a slight chill go over his left leg scar, a reminder of when he had lost his parents. Then he spoke, in a somewhat determined voice. I will do it, father. I won't let you down. Olympus stables. Issei was reading his mount, namely Lanitos, with satchels, bags and a small platform where Irina would lie on while they would travel to Japan. He checked every rope, knot and strap 3 times, not wanting to suddenly have to skydive off Lanitos after something that would fall, especially not Irina. There we go, that should do it. Are you ready for this, boy? Issei asked, sounding weirdly about his upcoming journey, which he felt was a bit weird, but he had chucked down to him just being nervous. Lanitos hissed in a friendly manner, as it slowly rose up from the ground, hovering for a bit before landing on the ground again, ready for Issei and Irina. Good then, well, let's get Irina up on you then and get going. Pooh, this is more nerve-wracking than I thought it would be, Issei said, as he slowly and observantly began to lift up Irina's sleeping body from her temporary bed that had been placed inside the stables. He could feel her thin arms weakly hold onto him, with her skin being so smooth despite her many years without eating, yet it still felt as soft as the moon's glow. He had been told that it was because she was being bathed in both the sun's and the moon's light every day, so her body, despite it technically being weaker than it should be, was being held in a much better condition than it really should have been. He could feel her small legs hook themselves onto his arms, and her back slightly bend as he lifted her up, with her head falling onto his shoulder and lying there peacefully, as he proceeded to carry her up on Lanito's back. "Don't worry, Irina, I will do everything in my power to make you wake up again, and when you do we will be together, I promise you," he said with determination as he put her down on the platform, which was more of a bed than anything. It had a soft round circular area on which he placed her, even tucking her in under a blanket and placing her head carefully on the pillows below. He then proceeded to strap her in, with the straps that hang from the sides of the box that made up the rest of the platform she was on, making it so she wouldn't fall off. When he was done, after checking all of the straps 3 times, he nodded satisfied with his work and began to walk over to his seat near Lanito's head, where the binds for the iron rod in his mouth had been placed. He sat down slowly, as he felt his body twitching as his nerves began to sweep through him again, before stopping with him shaking in a rather violent way. It just goes to prove how utterly nervous, maybe even just how scared he was of doing this. But he knew he had to do this one day, and today just happened to be that day. No use worrying about it any longer, let's just do it. "Are you ready, Lanitos?" Issei asked in an energetic voice as a way to maybe forget, or at least lessen his nerves a bit. Lanitos opened its giant mouth, revealing its many hooked teeth and snake tongue, before out from its mouth came a magnificent roar, its way of saying yes. It began hovering a bit after, making Issei feel his pulse raise a bit, just from the sudden anticipation of getting to fly to the human world for the first time. He had flown on Lanitos many times, but never had he done it for a journey this long, so he was rather excited to see how well it would go. "Then let's get to it. Paim, Lanitos! Paim!" Issei shouted in Greek, as Lanitos roared once more, signaling their departure to all of Olympus, before shooting off from his stable and out into the open air above the training grounds, where many of the other demigods saw them. They all began to wave and shout out cheers, wishing Issei good luck on his journey. The 3 reached the end of the arena and soon after the edge of the mountain, where Lanitos began to dive slightly downwards, not fully yet, but more in a way to penetrate the clouds, which they would need to if Issei wanted to see where they were going. "Okay, let's get ready for the shift in weather once we get through those clouds." "Are you ready, boy?" Issei shouted, as if he didn't then Lanitos wouldn't be able to hear him thanks to all the wind rushing right by them. Though luckily Issei had made the straps tight, the same with the ropes and knots, so nothing on Lanitos was shaking or falling off. Nothing besides him, but that was mainly because he was being hit with the full force of the wind, thereby making him shout incoherent insults to his great-grandfather for making the weather so shit. Those insults only grew in number and variations, as they broke through the clouds and had therefore arrived in the human world, directly over the Mediterranean Sea, which currently was having one of its most violent storms to date. The waves were far below luckily, but higher and mighty, not enough to push or grab Lanitos or Issei, but it could still do damage to all the things Lanitos was carrying. And above them were small, yet rampant streaks of lightning firing down on them, not hitting them luckily, but damn near close to doing so. Issei brought down his helmet on his face, even using just a bit of his magic to fully enable his armor just to be safe, since the weather was so bad it could mean that some monster had gathered here to feast on whatever they could get their hands on, which in this case was him, Irina and Lanitos. Issei also tightened his grip on the handle for the rod in Lanitos' mouth, as he steered him downwards towards the waves, so they could get away from the clouds where potential enemies might be hiding. "Let's fly above the sea, and head for the conquered lands of Alexandria. We should be able to escape the storm from there. Paim, Lanitos! Paim!" Issei shouted through the howling winds, with Lanitos roared back at him in agreement before beginning to fly towards the east, while heading down towards the sea's violently moving surface. Issei could see many ships struggling to keep afloat on the ocean surface, as their lights blinked in and out of existence, with even some disappearing completely. He prayed a smaller prayer for them to be greeted by Thanatos or Hermes soon. Though he couldn't keep praying, as the waves rising had him occupied with keeping Lanitos flying at a safe distance, while also not rising too high from the surface as it could alert some sea-dwelling monster to them and make it jump out and attack. He didn't feel like fighting a sea monster today. It was just a struggle on a normal day, and would be too dangerous on days like these. But even so, he had his spear ready on his back in case one fancied him for lunch. Though luckily with how fast they were currently flying, he didn't have to worry about the desires of some monster's hunger, as he could now see the shoreline of the old empire, or as it's known to the humans now, the Middle East. There we go, just a bit further now and we will be golden, Issei thought, as he began to already look up at the sky to see if there were any stormy clouds above where he was heading, which luckily there wasn't, making him able to see his sister's glowing moon dance across its clear skies. Though that lack of observation of his current surroundings proved to be a mistake, as the sound of multiple voices, angry voices, began to envelop him. Son of Zeus and Hera, child of the gods, dragon rider, slayer of monsters, destroyer of Athens. He knew, just by their shared, yet different voices, who or rather what he was dealing with, talking Hydra. Damn it! I thought Apollo said he shot the last one ages ago. Issei thought angrily, cursing his damn luck for having run into one. But it didn't make him stop his curse, it only served to bolster his will to get off the ocean as soon as he could, while also keeping his eyes open for where the Hydra might be. He stood up slowly, holding the handles with his right hand, as tightly as he could as to slip and fall off his seat, which had become wet from the sea's water and that of the rain above. He took his spear off his back, fueling it with what little magic he could, and had it glow in a bright orange way, much like that of iron being melted inside a forge. Just keep flying, Lanitos, we'll be there soon, don't stop now. Paim! Issei shouted once more, as Lanitos picked up speed slightly, while it too began to watch what was below it, worried for its master's safety. Now where are you hiding, you four-headed bastard? Issei wondered as he slowly looked from side to side, with his spear raised high above him, ready to be thrown at his target. A child of humans, yet gifted by the gods. A savoir for some, and a monster to others. That is who you are, Issei of Olympus. The Hydra roared out from all around, its many heads all hiding in different places to make it harder for Issei to pinpoint its body and thereby kill it in one throw. Issei didn't listen to a single word it said, knowing it was merely trying to bait him into aggression, which was one of the greatest faults in demigods, and what had led many of them to their doom. We see you, child of man. We see you for what you are. A monster like us. Not a god or hero, but a monster. We shall wait for you to see this, too, the Hydra said, making Issei confused about what it was talking about, before shrugging it off, remembering that he needed to not think about what it was saying, since it would only serve him to meet his downfall. He felt hot air and sandy winds suddenly hit his face, making him realize he had arrived on the shores of the Middle East, and was now flying above it with the cover of the night to hide him and his companions. Only his spear could be seen, as he yet to make it go out. He did it shortly after, hoping that no one saw them, before sitting down on his seat again and beginning to steer Lanitos over the sandy hills of this land. Luckily Lanitos was much darker in color, and with assistance of the night above, along with shadows of the hills made possible by the moon shining on them, made them able to fly across the land with ease as no person or beast saw them. They soon after reached what Issei believed to be the coast of India, then Thailand, then lastly Hong Kong. He began to steer them out over the open sea again, hoping that Japanese gods had taken good care of their waters, since he didn't really feel like dealing with them at the moment over him accidentally killing some minor fishing god or sacred beast, after mistaking it for some evil monster. He made it safely across though, with the moon above him slowly fading out of view, and the light of the early morning sun slowly moving across what would be his new home for the foreseeable future. As they crossed over the first boundary of warding magic, set by the Shinto gods to let them know of supernatural invaders or travelers, Issei got Lanitos to land on the shore line, knowing he would need to speak with the Shinto gods personally for his prolonged stay in their territory. He didn't need to do so with the last few places, since travel through other factions' territory, at least for God and old mythologies, was rather normal and an ancient business that had been agreed upon long before the arrival of God and his children. He lay down on Lanito's back, as the serpent itself began to drink from a nearby fresh water river, as they awaited the arrival of whoever the Shinto god would send. It didn't take long for the sunrise to mostly sit above the small island Issei was sitting on for the moment, and not long again after that for the sound of footsteps to be heard. Multiply at that, with some of them sounding heavy and metallic, making Issei worry that maybe he wasn't welcome. Since normally if something sounded heavy and metallic, it meant it was probably a heavy armed guard or soldier. He jumped down from Lanito's back, signaling him with his hand to stay still and wait and see. He stood ready with his spear in his right hand, dug into the sand to show he was ready to fight, but wouldn't if they didn't do anything that would cause to start one. He had his helmet in his left arm, with it being somewhat mashed up against his stomach and left arm. He then saw them, a small group of no more than 5, with 4 of them being heavily armed guards and the one in the middle being dressed rather royally, making it easy for Issei to guess who the person he was supposed to discuss his stay with was. She was young, at least compared to how his mother looked, with fine jewelry hanging off her clothes or dress. Issei didn't really know what to call whatever it was she wore. She had her hair tied in a sort of ponytail, with a red ribbon holding it in place. She bowed deeply, as she and her group stopped, only 5 meters away from him. "O mighty demigod of dragons, Issei, son of Zeus. We welcome you to Japan, as an honored guest and former citizen of this beautiful land," she said respectfully, as she bowed even deeper than she already was, before raising her head to eye level with him. Issei felt a bit weirded out by the whole thing, since he wasn't used to people bowing to him, plus it didn't really feel earned since the only thing people ever mentioned about him was his dad, and his title, nothing else. "Thank you, your hospitality is greatly appreciated. I hope my stay here will be able to allow our 2 factions to better understand each other," Issei said, repeating what he had been told by his mother to say when he met the representative. The woman merely nodded pleasantly, before bowing once again and speaking. "We hope so as well, though I cannot speak on the behalf of my masters, as I am only a lowly demigod myself, with no renown or fame worthy of mention." Issei just felt weirdly called out after she said that, but decided not to comment on it, and instead got his dealings over with them. "So you'll stay here for an unknown amount of time, in the Gremry territory, is that correct?" the woman asked, receiving a tired nod from Issei as this was the 3rd time he had to explain where he would live, and for how long he would live there. "Yes, that is right. Now can I please just get going already? I'm running late for school or whatever that is," Issei said, the annoyance clear in his voice, making his fellow demigod bow apologetically before handing him a scroll. "Yes, of course. Sorry to have taken so much of your precious time. May your studies be fruitful and may your life here be meaningful. Bye for now," she said as she and her little group of bodyguards began to step away from Issei, as he crawled back up on Lanitos, before the 2 flew off again towards his old hometown. "What an odd girl. Well, I hope that was the last I will be seeing her. Now then, let's get to our new home. Paim," he ordered before whipping the handles and making Lanitos fly off with top speed. "Small time skip, town. So class today will be having a new student joining us. Please be kind and welcoming to him as he is not from our country. You may come in now, Issei." A female teacher spoke, as she and her whole class all looked towards the door, through which Issei came in wearing his new school uniform and still struggling to understand that he needed this small red little nose around his neck. The reactions he got from just his appearance alone was rather stifling. On one hand all the girls seemed to love him and on the other all the boys seemed to hate him, though it was rather hard to tell since he hadn't spoken Japanese for so long now. He stopped in front of the whole class, smiling rather awkwardly, as he made a little wave. "Now then, Issei, would you care to introduce yourself to the class?" the teacher asked, receiving a nod from Issei as he again smiled rather awkwardly at her, before looking at his new class. Hi. My name is Issei Hayadu, Ku Academy. Now class, raise your hands if you have any questions for Hayadu-kun. The teacher said, even adding kun to the end of his name, made Issei feel a bit weird for hearing that being used with his name again, since it had been such a long time since he last had his name being used with it. A few hands shot up, mostly from the girls' side of the class, with 2 or 3 from the boys' side. Issei just pointed at whatever girl was closest to him, and it so happened to be a girl with medium-length brown hair and with hands that seemed, at least from his fast glance at them, to train with weapons. It made him a bit curious as to what a human would need to train with a weapon for, but that was something he could ask later. Where do you come from? The girl asked, having suddenly stood as she asked her question. Issei thought about her question a bit, before answering it with, well, I was born in Japan, but I was raised in Greece, but now I have moved back here. Issei said, feeling that his answer was good enough, judging by how the girl seemed to nod, in a weirdly approving way with some of the other girls whispering something. He just shrugged it off, and pointed at another girl, one who had her hair tied into 2 ponytails, had some crooked glasses and had this weird smile on her. It almost reminded him of when he saw Audrey drunk. Do you have a girlfriend, or any interest in getting one? She asked in a weirdly nice tone, making Issei feel he should steer away from her, but her question had been interesting, at least mostly to the other girls. Well, I would say no to the first part, but also no to the second one, as I already have someone I want to be my girlfriend. Issei said, sending a friendly smile to the class, as he felt a bit embarrassed about it, but it was also the truth, and what harm could come from him saying? A lot, that's what. In a single moment shortly after he had stopped talking, all the girls began to awe and fawn at him, as though his actions and words seemed cute to them. He had, by sheer dumb luck, managed to make most of the female members of his class fall for him, like he was the second coming of Heracles or something. But it had also served to fuel the sudden rage and anger of his fellow males, as they all stared at him with envy and hate. Oh, sweet Gaia! Are all humans like this? He wondered, as he desperately tried to find another hand, and found one he did. It was one of the boys though, but that could hurt too badly as what had happened earlier, right? Do you have any hot sister, who would be willing to go on a date with me? Asked a bald boy, as he seemed to smile in an impure way, making Issei feel a want to smack him over the head for having lewd thoughts about his sister. Not that Adradyte had made that too hard, but that's besides the point. Issei smirked a bit evilly, before speaking. I have a few sisters, who are as you would say hot, but no, they would never date you. After all, a goddess does not date trash. Oh, I am sorry, I didn't mean to dash. A sudden uproar from the girls stopped him dead in his tracks, as they all cheered for his harsh words against the poor boy, with even the teacher placing her hand on his shoulder and giving him a thumbs up. Issei was, needless to say, very confused and worried about how this school works. Well said, Hayada-san, well said. Anyways, could you please take a seat next to Asia over there? Asia, could you stand up please so Issei can see you? The teacher asked, making a small blonde-haired girl stand up, showing a friendly smile as the two made eye contact. Issei nodded at the teacher, before going down the side lane of the tables, while ignoring both the fawning of the girls and the quiet insults from the boys, before stopping at his seat next to the blonde-haired girl, Asia. He could tell right away that she wasn't from Japan, that much was obvious with her blonde hair, and that she also wasn't human, or at least as much as the others around them. Hey, my name's Issei Hayadu. I hope we can get along, he said, as reached his hand over to her from his seat, while the teacher began explaining something about their subject. Asia reached over with her own, smiling slightly at his friendliness. Asia Argento, I hope we get along as well, she said before putting her focus back on the teacher, with Issei doing the same, or at least trying to, as he soon began to realize, he didn't have a clue about anything people his age learned in school. After the first hour or so, a bell rang through the school, making Issei worried about what it meant, only to hear the other students talking about what they would do for lunch, making him realize it was the lunch bell. He sighed deeply, as he lay hunched over his table, already exhausted from just 2 hours or so of school. Math. basic grammar. And a lunch bell? What does all this mean? Oh, where is Hermes when you need him? Issei internally cried, not aware that his Psi mate, Asia, attempted to communicate with him. Though that only lasted for so long, before a huge uproar or maybe just fangirling, Issei really didn't notice the difference anymore, came into earshot, as well as a name being mentioned over and over again. OMG, it's Kiba-sama. Kiba-sama, let me have your babies. Kiba-sama, please notice me. Issei sat up slowly, unaware of how he was supposed to handle what the current situation was, as he felt really out of touch with people his age thanks to all these things that had happened in the last 2 hours or so. But there in the doorframe, being bathed in the sun like it only existed for his sake alone, stood a fairly tall boy, a little smaller than Issei, with blonde hair and rather gorgeous eyes for a male. He seemed to be scanning Issei's classroom for something or maybe someone. He smiled a bit more widely than he already did when the two of them made eye contact, as he began to walk over to him, with Asia suddenly standing up and joining him. "Hello, are you perhaps Issei-san?" Kiba asked, his tone sounding friendly, making Issei feel a bit weird since everyone he had met so far for his stay here in Japan had seemed overly friendly, besides most of the boys. "Yes, I am Issei. Do you perhaps need something from me?" Issei asked, as he turned himself on his chair to where he didn't have to turn his neck too much. Kiba nodded, rather happy he didn't have to explain himself too much, with Asia sharing that same feeling. "Yes, my club president would like to have a word with you, if you wouldn't mind, of course?" he asked, before watching Issei patiently, with Issei doing the same, before slowly standing up and proving he was higher. "Sure, lead the way, Kiba-sama," Issei said, unsure of what Sama meant, since it had been such a long time since he last heard everyone say. Though he guessed it meant something big, as Asia began blushing at the mention of it, with Kiba chuckling a bit. Though the worst was the girls behind, who all began gossiping about this BL thing, which just served to confuse, but also scare Issei even more. "Did I say something wrong back there?" he asked the two, as they left the main building and headed off towards the forest area of the school. He walked behind the two, as a way to keep some distance, as he found it a bit hard to be so close to devils, especially for this long. It was more of a migraine thing, compared to the one he heard that devils get from hearing holy Christian things. "Oh no, not really. But I worry that your reputation, as well as my own, will maybe become a bit more fantasy-induced, if you understand?" Kiba said, with Issei just nodding like he understood, which he didn't, but guessed it was a bad thing in some way. "I see, so you two are devils, right?" Issei asked calmly, though he became a bit surprised when the two seemed to tense up at the mere mention of the word devil. "Issei-san, you can't just say that out loud. What if someone hears you?" Asia said, sounding worried as she turned her head a bit to the side, making her able to gain eye contact with Issei, who just shrugged. "No one's around for about 50 meters, so it should be fine, right?" Issei said, surprising her at his ability to detect people, with Kiba sharing in that surprise since he couldn't even detect that far away. "Well, if you say so, Issei-san. But to answer your question, then yes, we are devils, though we are only reincarnated ones," Asia said, a little worried now, but also a bit tense around the whole thing, making him think she dislikes it. Not that it was his place to meddle. "I see, thought you were, since you didn't really feel all that devilish to me. It makes me feel like I am looking at a mirror in a way," Issei said, sharing a bit of his honest feelings with how felt when comparing himself to the two, all three of them being half human or close to it at least, making them all human, yet also something else. "Really? You are a reincarnated devil too?" Asia asked, surprised that the person they were supposed to have around and help them was also a devil. "No, I am just in a similar boat, if that makes sense. I don't want to explain right now, but you'll get to know when I meet your master," Issei said, as he and the two others neared an old building, where Kiba opened the door for them and let them inside. They walked down a few halls, which began to make Issei realize that he really wasn't used to walls and not open rooms, like back in Olympus where everything was open. Everything. The two stopped in front of another door, where Issei could feel a small group of people, or rather devils, inside, with only two of them feeling pure. "This is it," behave yourself okay? Kiba asked in a friendly tone, yet it was mainly there to cover the warning it had come with, one which Issei understood clearly and made him chuckle a bit. It made Kiba a bit angry at his clear lack of worriedness over his threat, but still opened the door for them all to bring them inside. Ah, Kiba. Asia. Thank you for bringing our guests. I hope nothing bad happened along the way? A red-haired girl said, as she seemed to turn away from another girl, one who had black hair in the form of a bob cut, with glasses to cover her stern-looking eyes. Kiba nodded his head respectfully, before sitting down on one of the two sofas in the room, with Asia sitting down on the one opposite of his. Good to hear, and you? You must be the warrior my brother sent here. Issei, correct? The girl asked, receiving a quick nod from Issei as he looked around the room, noticing the many devils and their terrible attempt at placing themselves in a defensive way. The most obvious flaw was how he couldn't feel a single trace of magic or anyone who had a weapon on them. It made him rather unhappy with how poorly prepared they were, from this one quick glance. I am sorry if my words may come off as crude, but your little defense position thing here is absolutely deplorable. I could have beaten and killed every single one of you in less than a second, in different ways just thanks to your lack of actual combat experience, not to mention defense strategy. Issei said, as he watched the whole room seamlessly become a lot more hostile towards him, with some suddenly preparing weapons and magic. Took them long enough. Well, too little, too late. Issei thought, his expectations having already sunk rather low, just from how hard he now knew he had to work to keep these idiots safe. Though to his surprise, as well as the others, for hands could be heard clapping from the other side of the room. Issei looked over at the four women who were standing and sitting there, with the two sitting down almost smiling with a satisfied look on their face, like they had anticipated this. Well done, Issei. Well done, said the black-haired girl, before she and the three others stopped clapping. She stood up, pushing her glasses up before then talking again. You see now, everyone, why do we need someone like him here? He is not just strong, he is knowable in war tactics, strategy, and skilled with the spear, at least from what Lord Lucifer told us last night. The black-haired girl said, with Issei bowing his head a bit, as thanks for her praise. That is true, but even so, the fact I only had ways of hurting you all still says a lot. Normally it would be around 0-0 at least, so you guys are still strong, just not strong enough. Yet, Issei said, as he gave them all praise with some of them, seeming a bit happy with it despite their hurt pride in themselves. The other pure devil girls stood up as well beside the black-haired girl. Well now, I believe an introduction is in order, since I doubt you want to be called a reincarnated devil again. What do you say, Issei-san? The other girl asked, as she sent him a scanning look, like she was trying to determine for herself whether he really was worth all the praise her friend had just given him. Sure, I could do that, but I might have to let loose a bit, if that is all right? Issei asked in a bit of a hasty voice, since he was beginning to feel his limits when it came to holding back his true strength, so he needed to let loose for a bit and relax. The others looked at him confused, not understanding what he meant, or what that word meant either, but the two main girls seemed to understand it perfectly well, since the red-haired one nodded approvingly. Thanks, now then Alajai, Issei shouted, as his body began to suddenly relax and his muscles stopped hurting, with him soon after letting out a huge sigh of relief as the strain on his body was over, for now. Oh, that feels amazing. You have no idea how troublesome it can be, when you're as strong as me. Trust me, it ain't worth it when you have to go through stuff like this, Issei said as he began stretching, letting the others, at least for those who were close enough, Cloud now see his much more defined muscles. Okay then, let me introduce myself properly, Issei said before opening his bag and lifting out a small black worm. They all thought it was weird that he had that in his bag, and that he would show it off like that. What they didn't know was that this little worm was in fact a 50-meter-long flying dragon serpent, who Issei had flown into the country from Olympus. 'Tis I, Issei Hayadu, the demigod of dragons and son of Zeus. And this little guy here is Lenitos. We're at your service. Issei said, before bowing deeply and then awaiting his applause from the many people he saw in the group who had their jaws on the ground, just from him saying demigod. You're a god? A boy asked, sounding overly surprised by that one point alone. No, I am not a god, I am demigod. You know, half god, half mortal like you. Issei said, finding it kind of annoying that the boy couldn't get that one fact right. But then again, he couldn't say he was better since he had no idea how to do basic math. Oh, okay. Then what do you do? What do you do as a demigod? The same boy asked, making Issei believe he had an endless stream of questions. He dreaded that possibility. But luckily the black-haired girl with glasses began to speak as well, stopping the blondie from asking more questions. Now, Saji, that's enough. Ask him about that later. For now, we should be respectful and introduce ourselves as well. I'll start. My name is Sona Citri. I am the king for the second peerage who resides here in Ku. This is my queen Peace Tsubaki. Sona said orderly, before pointing towards the tall girl behind who also wore glasses, but had longer hair than her. She bowed courtly, with Issei bowing his head back. Well, I shouldn't let Sona do everything here, so let me introduce myself as well. I am Rias Gremory, and this here is my queen, Akino. Rias said, sending a smile to Issei that once again made him feel a weirdly friendly vibe from her, like he had felt from so many others today. Is this how it feels when people aren't just being uncaringly open with each other? Issei wondered. Time skip, Ku-town. Ah, what a day tomorrow is going to be the death of me. Issei said, his voice going from tired to a sudden and overly dramatic lifeless one as he sat down in the chair that was sat next to her bed. Irina's bed, that is. She had been lying there all day since they arrived this morning, with a few seals and alarm spells in the room, to keep Issei updated on her and how she was. Currently she was sleeping, like always, but from the small smile Issei could faintly make out on her face, he guessed that she was having a nice dream, or maybe she could tell he was here. Issei placed his hand gently in her right hand's open palm, as he slid his fingers nervously in between her own, before slowly beginning to stroke the left side of it with his thumb. I miss you, Irina. I miss you every day. I can't stop thinking about you, what I would say to you when you wake up. What we would do together when you wake up. He spoke solemnly, as he listened quietly to the sound of her breathing, as he tried to hide his own. He knew that other people, at least the ones he was currently contracted to, would find this behavior of his weird, maybe even a bit creepy, but he didn't really care. This was the single most important thing in the whole world for him to be able to do, as it made him feel calm and happy without having a care in the world. He could talk for hours to Irina, as he would ask complex and deep questions, sometimes just stupid or mundane ones. But in his mind he felt that speaking to her every so often would help her wake up sooner. And every so often, she would seem to acknowledge his presence, as she did now, by her hand tightening on his own weakly. It made him smile happily from just this. I love you, Irina. I hope you wake up soon. I want to show you so many things, so many wonderful and beautiful things. And he stopped, as the sound of someone opening a door, his door, suddenly graced his ears. He closed his eyes, as he focused all he could on his hearing, while wondering how this unknown intruder had possibly been able to be so close to him without alerting his senses, not to mention sneak almost fully through his door with him noticing. Until now, that is. He could hear the person's quiet footsteps, their rapid, yet quiet breathing, as she tried to move quietly through what Issei could only guess was the kitchen, judging from how her footsteps became a bit more quiet. He stood up, after having gently removed his hand, with much regret, from Irina's. Her face even seemed to frown a bit, only making him feel more regret and anger towards whoever the intruder was for ruining his and Irina's moment. Lenitos, stay with Irina. I'll go downstairs. Got it? He ordered in a quiet, yet firm whisper to his dragon pet, with it nodding its head agreeingly, before sliding over and under Irina's bed, in preparation for a surprise attack. Issei took out a small metallic rod from his pants pockets, with it shining a bit brightly as it came into contact with the last rays of the lowering sun. It was made of cold, or at least this part was, the handle of his spear he had been given by Zeus on his birthday. He began to make his way down the hallway from Irina's room, and towards the staircase leading down into the kitchen, where he could hear the female intruder still hiding. He could feel, or rather detect, that she had to be a fallen angel, as parts of her magic that was, perhaps intentionally, leaking seemed holy, yet tainted in a few ways. He quietly made his way down the stairs, planning to surprise whoever the intruder was, kill them if needed, but other than that mainly surprise them. He stood now at the bottom of the stairs, with only a small corner standing between him and the intruder. He took a quiet breath, before turning the corner and raising his spear to her throat, before yelling, "Who are you and what are you doing in my Akino? What on Gaia's sweet green earth are you doing here?" Issei asked, perplexed, as the black-haired beauty stood there, not caring much for the rather deadly spear currently pointed at her throat, nor that she had just broken into a demigod's home or just a person's home in general. She giggled a bit, before raising her hands up to her chest, as she began to look at Issei with this strange and almost frightening look, as the smile she had on her lips seemed to deepen. Issei took a step back, not lowering his spear as it would be foolish to do so, since he didn't know if this was the real Akino or not, at least not yet. He noticed now, though, as he had taken this step back, that she was wearing some kind of night dress, something that the women in his family would often wear normally, yet on her it made him feel this weird feeling he had never felt before. "Hello there, handsome. Fancy a night with this little weak devil girl here, Akino asked, as she unbuttoned one of the few, yet strangely too many in Issei knew gained opinion, buttons on her night dress. Issei's dreams, the tall landscape and grassy peaks of his home, were all standing so high above him, as he himself stood on the cloudy steps to the entrance. He could see his home, his family and his Irina all standing up there waiting for him to finish something. He looked around, almost like he knew something he probably shouldn't know, as everything was being told to him, or rather thought to him. He turned around, doing a full 80 on himself, and suddenly the cloudy landscape of the god's realm had disappeared and been replaced with a burning landscape. His former clothes of Greek design and of great comfort had all been burned away, and in their place had his armor taken form, with his spear and shield appearing as well. He grabbed tightly onto his spear long handle, as he felt once more something was trying to direct him, with him getting into a battle-ready walking stance, and began to walk through the burning plains. He saw many things on his way, mostly structures he felt he had seen before. He even saw what he could only describe as the gods watching him, through their animal forms, as he could clearly see the silhouette of many animals, some of which he knew as his family's animal forms. But those sights only lasted for so long, as the fires suddenly shut up and consumed all the remaining buildings, the animals, and then lastly this little world Issei was standing in. But it did not hurt. His body knew this somehow, as he had kept his eyes open and now watched what he believed to have been the cause for this destruction. A massive crimson-red dragon, one he had only read and heard of in the history books in Athena's study, Drake, the heavenly dragon of domination. His massive figure, his wings which almost covered the entire sky, and the practically endlessly deep green eyes that he had, all made Issei feel outmatched and in no position to ever in his entire life to be able to fight such a being. He fell onto his knee almost instantly as the two made eye contact, and the heaven's worths of amounts of power that Drake held inside of himself let itself out in full force upon Issei's body. It was intense, unlike anything he had ever felt in his entire life. It felt like holding the entire sky, but over that sky was another one and one more above that one, and so on. The feeling faded slowly though, much to Issei's relief. But the thing he saw after finally regaining some sense of calm was not one he had ever expected to see. A heavily armored figure stood before him. Majestic metallic red wings spread out to each side, with long chestnut brown hair dangling down from the back of their head, and a massive sword pointed straight at his throat. He could guess from the fact the person under the armor had long hair, and even had some parts of the chest area of the armor puffed out, that they were a woman, a female red dragon. "Emperor?" Issei said weakly, as he watched in awe at the power the woman held within herself and let slip out, almost like she was wordlessly saying that she and him were worlds apart when it came to pure and raw power, as she had obviously much more than he had or could ever hope to achieve. She lowered the tip of her weirdly shaped sword, before leaning down towards him, making their eyes meet on a much closer level, as each felt a feeling of knowing the other. Issei/Irina? Before the woman could get to show herself, the burnt landscape, flames, and herself all disappeared, and Issei was left alone to float in a colorless void. Town. Inside one of the many old factories in Ku, a battle was currently underway. On one side were about dead strays, with only being alive, but just barely. On the other side, Issei stood with his hands tightly around another stray, who had tried to attack him from behind, but had obviously failed. Really? This is the best you can do? 5 strays in total, and yet none of you could even lay a single hit on me? He began to squish tighter around the less deformed stray, as it kept struggling to get free of his grip, but nothing seemed to work. It didn't take long after that its body went limp and a loud crack could be heard, before a heavy thud as Issei let go of the now dead stray and turned towards the last 3 that were alive. They all watched him with fearful eyes, as they with much struggle and pain tried to crawl away, with him only following after them. When he reached the first one, he stumped his armored foot through its chest, killing it. The next one he picked up and threw at the pile of other dead strays, managing to throw him straight towards one that had a few long spikes, which led to the second one being impaled. And the last one, he pierced with his spear before throwing its body onto the pile as well. He put the other bodies on the pile as well, before taking out a small box of matches and scratched it against the cardboard box, lighting it. I hope they meant it when they said I could just burn them afterwards, he said out loud, as he left the walls of the old factory, leaving the rather large bonfire he had just started to tend to itself. He felt it had been a bit weird for them to just agree to that, since from his point of view it seemed to be way too risky with all the humans around, but they seemed a bit too relaxed about it. Like they had something else to worry about, which they probably had been given that they were the rulers of this town, but even so it came off as strange to him. Said thoughts had to wait though, as a sudden and continuous hissing began to sound off in the back of his head. It was a sound he had hoped he wouldn't have to hear for his stay here, as it meant someone or something had broken into his home. Irina! He yelled, as he made a teleportation circle as fast as he could, using it to travel right into his home. But it hadn't worked, as when he appeared out of the circle he wasn't standing in Irina's room, nor in his house at all. He was right outside of it, making him worry that the intruders had already lifted or at least added some charms and wards to his home's already extensive line of defense. He could see the first and second floors both had light in them, a poor choice if someone was breaking into a home, since it would alert anyone who lived in it that something was wrong. Issei ran immediately for the front door, almost breaking it down as got in, with him checking his surroundings and trying to spot anything out of place. But nothing was wrong as far as he could see, making him believe and worry that the main target of this break-in was not to mess with him, but to take Irina. Irina! I am coming! He roared without a care for having made his enemies aware of his presence. He could hear their muffled steps and worried voices, as it seemed a group of 4 or 5 had entered and were all inside of Irina's room. He bolted up the stairs, before turning the corner and reached out with his right hand, having it opened and ready to catch the first perpetrator he could. But it was too late for him. As soon as he broke the door down and came flying inside of the room, an almost blinding red light appeared, making him crash into the now empty bed, missing his first target, which had been a black-haired person from what he could see. He rose up quickly though, only to catch a glimpse of Irina still sleeping in some white-haired person's arms. His eyes didn't have time to focus on other details, as the still blinding light soon vanished in a much brighter light, leaving him blinded for a few seconds, but he didn't need his vision to feel that he was now alone in the room. When he opened them, he could see small colorful figures out in the edges of his sight, a sign that he was still recovering from the sudden blindness he had suffered earlier, but once again he didn't give shit as he instead Irina roared into the heavens, as he slammed his fists into the floor, breaking it and most of the house with it. If not for the many restraints he had on him, so that he could be able to be around humans without having to worry that he would hurt them, then could have just experienced a magnitude 7 earthquake, which would have left the entire area in ruins. He stood up slowly, his rage beginning to boil his body up, making steam appear from it. A little known thing about Greek gods' blood, and the blood that demigods inherited: it is very easy to heat up, but almost impossible to burn, making the Olympian faction one of the few that emit steam from their bodies when they would get angry enough. He felt a small feeling of thankfulness when he felt Irina's presence still being relatively close. She was in Ku Academy. They didn't. But why would? He looked towards the general direction of his school, as he felt Irina's presence there, along with others, namely the people he was sent here to guard. He tightened his fist to such a degree his hands began to bleed, with even his bones beginning to struggle with the insane pressure he was putting on them. His armor, spear, and shield all appeared on him, as something inside of him clicked. His supposed contractors, and people he would say he was willing to befriend, had just taken from him the most important person in his whole life away from him. They had, by his opinion, broken their contract with him, meaning that if he wanted to he could kill them all in a heartbeat, which he was going to do if they didn't give him his Irina back. He went downstairs, found his backpack as fast as he could, and grabbed the sleeping body of Lanitos inside of it, making it hiss and growl at him, but he didn't care. He threw it outside of his living room, into the garden, and ordered it to grow bigger so he could ride on him. "We have some devils to deal with, Lanitos. They took my Irina from me," and he felt a tight grip suddenly touch his shoulders, as he became aware of another one's presence, one who he knew quite well. He turned his around, glaring angrily at his older brother Heracles as he held his hand firmly on his shoulder, smiling at him calmly like he always would. "Hello there, young Issei. I see you have decided to take Lanitos out for a late-night flight? May I join you?" he asked, his grip tightening slightly, making Issei feel a good amount of pain. "You? Why are you here? Can't you see they kidnapped Irina? I need to go dash. No, you will be going with me instead. Father wants to have a word with you and he is not in the mood for your normal outbursts, so please be a bit mature this time." Issei was interrupted, and before he could even answer back to Heracles' demand, the two vanished, with Lanitos, in another blinding light. "Olympics, main hall, you promised them what?" Issei roared out, as he tried his damnedest to break free of Ares' grip, to punch his father, uncles, and mother faces in. He didn't care if that would make them angry or make them punish him, he just wanted to harm them for having done what they had done. "I promised them, or rather I was promised that, if we gave Irina over to the devils and let them reincarnate her into one of them, then in a few years' time, depending on how hard she works, she would become a high-ranked devil and thereby set free from the Gremry girl's peerage," Zeus explained, "and if she chose to, then she could join us and become the first devil demigod and be a part of our family, for real this time," Hera added, with the others nodding in agreement, all hoping it might lessen Issei's current anger. It did not, and instead only added more fuel to the fire. They would try their damnedest to keep her on their side. Especially because she's the Red Dragon Emperor. He spat out, with the others all becoming surprised by this information. The entire hall became silent, as everyone watched Issei, all hoping that he was just making this up, because if he wasn't, then they might have just given away one of the most important people in the supernatural world without a fight. He watched them all in disbelief that none of them seemed to have known, not that he could blame, since he would probably look just like they do right now, if he had been told the same as he just said. "How do you know this, young one? How can you be sure? Did Drake speak to you? Or are you just making this up?" Hades asked, leaning off his throne slightly, and using his two-pronged spear to support himself, as he watched his nephew with the utmost attention. "I saw it. In a dream. No, it was more like one of those visions Mother used to have. And in it I saw Olympus burning," he explained, as he tried to retell the few and foggy memories he had of his dream. The green hills, the high cliffs, and the blue sky, all being replaced with a burning landscape, and Drake being behind it all, with Irina as his vessel for all this destruction. They all watched him, listening to every word he said, and all felt their hearts sink, as when he was done and his armor had vanished, as had his anger, they all looked to Zeus and saw the clear sign of panic in his eyes. "The time is upon us, the prophecy has begun." Complete quiet filled the room, as everyone he knew dreaded their coming future, as each of them knew it could either be the end of them or something unknown, and all of it now depend on Issei. Everyone's focus fell onto him, with him becoming surprised, before feeling confused since he lacked the worried and knowing look they all had in their eyes. What? Is this prophecy a bad thing or? Zeus slowly nodded his head, making Issei gulp a bit loudly. I think. Zeus stood up slowly, with the others all watching him as he took a few steps towards Issei. Issei, my son, I think it's time that you met the three sisters. Follow me, quickly now. Everyone else, go home and rest. This meeting is over. Zeus demanded, with the others all doing as he asked. As Issei began to follow after Zeus, many of the others all vanished into bright lights as they each returned to their own realms or homes. Zeus walked towards a hall that Issei had never seen before, which was obvious why he had never seen it, since it was hidden behind the main hall and was standing on a small spiky-looking mountain. The two walked towards it in complete silence, as Issei tried to understand what his father wanted him to do and why he needed to visit the fates to do it, until it sort of hit him. My legend. This must be when it begins, right? But then why is everyone so scared? Issei wondered, but still he did not ask a single question as the two walked, at least not until they reached the door of the hall, where Zeus stopped and stepped to the side, allowing for Issei to walk past him and inside. Why, father? Why is everyone so afraid of my legend beginning? Zeus sighed deeply, as he felt a bit of guilt go through him, before he answered in a sort of vague way. When I found you in Irina, I had a brief feeling of fear, and when we returned home, I went to the fates and they told me something I never quite could understand, at least not until now. Go on, son, meet your destiny, Zeus said, with Issei nodding briefly, before he opened the door. The three sisters' library. When he opened his eyes, everything around him was completely white and gray. He could see, or at least make out from the odd shapes, that he was still in Olympus, or at least in some sort of copy of it. He looked around for a bit, just taking in the sight of this place, wondering what it was. But before he could waste too much time on that, he noticed the hall where the fates supposedly lived in. The door he had opened earlier was gone, and now he could see straight into what he could only describe as an old library. It reminded him a bit of Athena's library, but he was sure this one was many times bigger, despite how small the hall looked. He went inside and passed the many bookshelves by, not even looking or giving them a single glance, like he was not even in control of his own body and it had just gone on autopilot. He could see a counter of some kind, starting to show itself at the very back of this long semi-hall of bookshelves, though weirdly suddenly he was right in front of it. Like he had teleported without knowing it. He could feel that his body was back to being his. He looked around for a bit, both to the right and left, where he only saw two endless rows of bookshelves. He even looked behind him and saw the entrance was only 5 or 6 meters away from him. He then spotted a small bell on the counter and decided to ring it. He waited for a bit, before he heard a pair of tiny footsteps coming closer. He turned his head towards the sound, and saw a young girl walking behind the counter, with a big stack of books in her arms. Yes, I'll be with you in just a second," she said in a rather commanding voice. She practically threw the books onto an empty table behind her, before she turned around and looked at him, with a look that seemed annoyed at first, before she noticed something and then became happy. Oh my, if it isn't our little Athens destroyer himself. Sisters! Come quick, we have a monster visiting us today, the girl said, not noticing the confused look she got from Issei, as he was rather surprised that she had just called him, but he didn't get time to ask her about it, since 2 other women appeared besides the little girl suddenly. One was a bit older than the girl, looking more like his mother, and the other looked almost ancient, which reminded him a bit of the oracle, with how wrinkled they both looked. Oh my, it really is him. What a nice surprise. I always liked the Destroyer stories, more than Zeus' little porn book, the second oldest woman said, as she leaned over the counter and looked him up and down, even licking her lips a bit at what she was seeing. Me too, dear, and he seems to be a rather emotional one, at least from what I have been reading lately. Wouldn't you two agree? The older one asked, as she sent him a friendly smile and gave him a look that made him feel she knew all there was to know about him, Which if she was who he thinks she is, then she probably did. A slow silence began to settle in, as Issei didn't really know how to answer the three females, as he felt unsure of what he could even say, until one thought entered his mind. I am sorry to interrupt your, work, but my father Zeus sent me here to learn about my destiny, so if you wouldn't mind, could you tell me what that is all about? He asked a bit sheepishly, worried that he might do something wrong, since he had never tried this before and had been kind of just thrown into it. The three females all share a quick glance together, and then giggle a bit before looking at him again. Oh, don't be so worried, dear. We understand that meeting us the first time can be a bit weird, plus knowing that we know all about you might not make it any better, but don't worry. Just follow Noon here and she'll give you the book you will need. The older of the three said, as she pointed towards the second eldest, Noon, who smiled at him nicely before she reached over and took him by the arm and made him follow her from the other side of the counter. The two others followed after them, as they also wanted to see his reaction when he got to see his book. Meanwhile, Issei was trying his best to keep up with Noon, who suddenly jumped over the counter and then stopped as she began to dig through a pile of books, all labeled Issei. Let me see, let me see, let me see. Ah! Here we go, The Legend of Athens' Destroyer, Issei the demigod of dragons. Here, take this. She handed him the book rather happily, not noticing the rather shocked look on Issei's face, as he felt he was being accused of something he hadn't done, which was destroying Athens. I didn't destroy Athens. At least I am pretty sure I didn't, so could you not call me that title and also get it off the books and oh. Noon's, as well as the other two females' moods, all suddenly shifted from one of calm to one of anger, before going back. We don't change the names, we only read them when the authors are done writing them. Now go enjoy, it's a pretty interesting read. She said, her voice being as sweet as honey suddenly, before she then walked away, with the two others following her. He looked a bit after them, before looking down at the book and looked at its title with little joy, feeling like he was being accused, which he was being and by almost everyone knew that he met today. Well, let's see, it can't be that bad, right? Maybe it's just one of those, I don't know, scenarios where I have to make choices and one of them is selfish and the other is selfless? He wondered, as he slowly opened the book and found it to be surprisingly empty. He became a bit angry at the lack of words, before he felt a light finger tap on his shoulder and turned around to see the little girl was back. Oh, hey, this book is completely empty. How am I supposed to read this? He asked, the little girl just giggling a bit and closing it for him, then turning around and opening it again, with it this time showing words. It was made to resemble your country's way of writing and making books, not ours. Sorry for the confusion, she said before leaving again and letting Issei get back to this rather awakened reading session he was about to begin. Okay then. Let's see here. This looks the dash. Where one of sleep awaits her prince, the prince flies forever free and uncaring, as he lays down the foundation for his princess' unknown fate. And as his praise gets unsung, through the human tongue, and his bitter heart lingers to the hope of his princess' kind and warm words, so will his house of their separation be finished first. Once the golden pigeon and its ink-covered brother arrive, then only a day after shall their sly brother, the horned bat, come and make the king and queen a bribe, then will the princess wake longing for her prince's embrace. If her love can reach him, between land, sky, and sea, then he will one day be set free. But if her love is trapped in a game of chess, then she will only go on to be a tarnished little knightess. The prince will burn, as his anger shall rise, creating with it a swarm of green draconic flies. Once this day comes and the two meet again, heaven and hell will break. Flames of death and flames of pride shall rule over the night sky, as the two will forever be locked in a fight of their own desirability. Dream/memory. What? Do you really mean that, Irina-chan? A much younger Issei asked, as his childhood friend and holiday buddy nodded excitedly, before speaking wordlessly to him. He understood each word, as if he had said them himself, with his facial expression becoming even more amazed as Irina told him of her dreams with God and of the blessings she had told her about. So if you say that, then the whole world will become peaceful and all the evil creatures will die? Issei asked, almost jumping off the floor of the basement he and Irina had sneaked into, while their parents were talking upstairs. Irina spoke once more without any words nor sound, as she then reached her right arm out to Issei, placing it over his heart firmly. Issei looked at her arm, excited to see what it was she wanted to show him now, and became a bit surprised, but also amazed when her hand was covered in a green light. When it disappeared, her hand had a small red bracelet on, and a medium-sized gem in the middle of it, that glowed darkly in the dim light of the candle the two had with them. "That's so cool! Irina-chan, you're like a mage or a magic knight. You're so cool, Irina-chan." Irina giggled soundlessly, happy to hear her childhood friend's kind words. She spoke again, with him listening even more intently as she said something that took him by surprise. He began to blush brightly, before feeling a slowly growing warmth spread throughout his body, a nice and soothing kind of warmth. I like you too, Irina-chan," he said, as he looked away feeling embarrassed by his own words, but looked back as she said something back to him, with him becoming even more embarrassed. He placed his hand on her right hand, feeling the metallic bracelet's strange power touch him for a brief moment, before he got his focus back on Irina. She said something, which he nodded to quickly with an understanding look. "I who am about to awaken." Academy, lunch break. To most of Issei's classmates, he seemed oddly and even a bit too happy, as he sat in the back of the class, wearing a headset and seemed to quietly sing along to whatever song he was hearing. It was mostly stranger to those who knew of the demigod's true nature, since they had all believed he would have been after them, or at least very angry, thanks to the message they had received from Sona's older sister last night. But here stood Asia and Kiba, both wondering if this was just another way for Greeks to be angry, or if Issei was just hiding his feelings for now. "Should we go over and talk with him? I mean, he seems fine, so it should be safe, right?" Asia asked, her voice sounding unsure and maybe even a bit confused, since this was quite the strange sight to the young nun. Kiba couldn't blame her for that, since he didn't know how to feel about this either, and wanted to ask Rias or Aquino for help with this. "I don't know either, Asia-san. He just seems to be minding his own business, I think. We should just tell Rias-sama about this for now, and leave him alone," Kiba suggested, with Asia nodding a bit hesitant, from feeling a bit bad for feeling relief from being able to get away from Issei. Though as the pair was about to leave the humans alone, and clueless to the weird scene before them, they were stopped as an overly happy voice called out to them. "Kiba-san! Asia-chan! How are you doing, guys?" Issei called out to them, as he had noticed them and had left his chair to go over and talk with them. He had taken his headset off, letting everyone hear a somewhat quiet harmonica and someone singing in a strangely energetic voice, coming from them. The called-out pair turned around, both a bit shocked for having been finally noticed, after having been in there for the last 5 minutes. "Oh, Issei-kun, well, we are okay, I guess. How about you?" Asia asked, stuttering a bit, which seemed to make Issei smile a bit brighter, mostly because he found mortal beings' reactions to be quite cute. "Oh, I am really angry, so I am listening to some of my parents' favorite music," Issei said happily, making the devil pair freeze for a moment, either having not expected this, but it still had quite a bit impact with how happy he sounded and how relaxed he seemed. But it became a bit clearer to Kiba, now that he was so close to him, that Issei's entire body was restraining itself and light steam was coming off it. He gulped noticeably when he spotted this. Issei and Asia noticed this, with Issei smiling in a happy, but weirdly threatening and knowing way, while Asia was just confused. "What's wrong, Kiba-kun? Did you see something you like?" he asked in a deeper tone, giving all the many fangirls many wrong and rather lewd ideas in their heads, while he had many boys calling him rather rude gay things. But both Kiba and Issei didn't really hear them, as the two had a clear and wordless agreement between them. "Get thee away from me, before I kill you and this entire town, devil shits," was how Kiba interpreted it, with him nodding hesitantly and grabbing Asia's right arm and dragging her away, but not before Issei's right eye seemed to pierce him for a brief second, letting him feel the extent of his rage for that brief moment. "Talk to you later, guys. Say hi to the others for me," Issei said before putting on his headset again and sitting down in his chair again, before continuing to hum along with the music in his headset. "Me mommy, me lose Gaia," he hummed quietly, even tapping his fingers on his table in tune with the rhythm. Time skip, student council room. Sona and her peerage were now also subjugated to the sight of Issei wearing a headset and humming along to music with an overly happy smile on his face. But thanks to Kiba's report that Sona and her group had heard from Rias, knew that this was apparently just Issei's way of hiding his rage, but it didn't mean it was perfect. Just like Kiba had reported, Sona and her queen, Tsubaki, also noticed the light lines of steam coming off him, along with his body restraining itself a lot. From what Issei had told them a few days ago, he had to do this to be able to participate in normal and more physically demanding activities like the other humans in his class, so it wasn't new to her to notice his muscles flexing a bit unnaturally. But today it was way too obvious to her eyes. She hoped he was only doing it like this now, because he knew there weren't any humans in here. If so, then she wouldn't stop him from relaxing here. "Would you like to sit? You seem to be quite tired, judging from how much your muscles seem to move," Sona offered, her tone being calm as she grabbed her cup of tea on her table, as she watched Issei's fake smile disappear. A lot of sweat began to appear on his face as well, with his muscles finally seeming to settle down, as he nodded with a somewhat tired speed and practically with his ass first down on the comfy dark blue couch. "Thank you. This feels nice. Can I borrow a wet towel? Or does your room happen to have a bath like Rias's that I could use?" Issei asked, as he began to wave wind with his right hand towards his face, with him finally beginning to relax a lot more than he had acted like earlier. "Sorry, that's not something the school board was fine with, so try asking Rias to use hers or maybe sneak into the boys' changing room in the next break period," Sona suggested before a quick sip of her tea while still keeping an observant eye on Issei, as he practically lied on her couch and melted. "No, I'll just wait for school to be over. Until then, just keep both your group and Rias's group away from me, that's all," Issei explained in a tired tone, as he kept waving his hand faster and faster, making a brisk wind fly through the room. Something as small as a brisk wind flying through a room of supernatural beings might not sound like much, but a demigod or just a god alone are on a whole other level compared to most other beings, so that one can do something like this just as a casual thing was a bit scary to weaker beings. What does a guy have to do to be able to just make a tornado just from waving his hand? Saji asked with both amazement, but also slight envy, as he and the others all watched Issei just casually make all their paperwork begin to fly around in the room, as he tried to cool his body. "Would you mind the wind? I doubt my servants want to resort to all of their work," Sona asked in a stern voice, while keeping her left hand over her teacup, covering it from the cooling wind. Issei, knowing how annoying it could be to resort to paperwork from his time working for Athena for a week or two, stopped a bit after and tried to keep the wind to a minimum so he could still cool off. "Sorry, force of habit. So what did you ask me here for? I doubt you would ask me to make up with Rias, right? So what do you want?" He had remembered he had in fact been asked to come here, and hadn't just come to cool off, which he felt he had done enough of for now. So now, with a more upright sitting position and less visible steam coming off him, he watched Sona with a keen eye, as he wondered what she had planned for him. Sona smiled shortly, feeling once again thankful for her sister and Serzek's deal with the Greeks for Issei as a bodyguard, since she had this strange idea in her head that any other bodyguard they would have gotten wouldn't have been half as smart as Issei. "I want to make a request of you, one that I can't make with our already established contract, since it would technically go against it," Sona said in a calm tone, as she felt Issei's eyes bored into her with keen interest. "Do tell, though depending on what it entails, I might have to make a few adjustments to our current contract. Only with you, of course," Issei said calmly, but with a firm tone as he listened patiently for her request. Sona stood up from her seat and sat down on the couch opposite of Issei, her inner devil egging her on to act like the devil deal maker she was, and had been raised to be. "I want you to fight Risser Phoenix on behalf of Rias, or make Rias and her peerage strong enough to beat him," Sona said, making not only her peerage surprised, but also Issei, judging from how shocked he looked. He looked at her with a puzzled look for a long and quiet moment, as the others all worried for Sona's safety, mainly because of his weird mood today. "Excuse me, who?" Issei asked, rather dumbfounded, making Sona giggle a bit since she had already somewhat expected him to not know who he was. But on that part, she was wrong. "I am not gonna beat up a phoenix, those creatures are very important to us Greeks," Issei said, making Sona and her entire peerage mentally fall on the ground, as none of them had expected that from his earlier response. Co-academy Orc room. Inside the reused, fine and well-furnished classroom that now housed Rias and her peerage members, many nightly activities and other more fun and enjoyable get-togethers, sat the entire peerage on the two magenta and watched their leader and the new member standing next to her. Rias was holding on to the new member's right arm, and supported her slightly with a hand on her back, as the girl stood a bit shakingly and watched all the new people she had in her life. She felt it was like this, mostly because she had been told, both by her new master and by her friend Drake, that her family had died nearly 9 years ago. She had barely been able to stand, nor even speak half a day ago, but once she had heard that her old friend, and still lingering crush, Issei was still alive, she had asked to be able to start going to school with them. Rias was against, in fact most of the group was, especially with how weak and frail Irina was. But she was determined to do it, and had made them all meet up tonight now, to show her determination and the strength she had despite her many years of sleeping. "Irina, I want you to go to school too. But you're too weak, you can barely stand by yourself right now, it's just not safe. Not to mention Issei might do something that could harm you," and the others, Rias said, as she looked hopeful at the others to support her in this, as what she had said and thought were her honest feelings. "Rias-sama is right, Irina-chan. I don't know what I'd do if I heard you fell over and got hurt. You shouldn't be careless with your body right now," Asia said, the worry being clear in her voice as the poor nun looked at the frail body of Irina, pitying her and feeling worried for practically every move. Irina could feel the worry coming from her voice, but even so she decided to show what she meant and what Drake had taught her, in her few conscious moments. She brought up her left hand, letting out what little power she could and summoning her guantel, the boosted gear. But not the normal kind. Its normal crimson red, golden claws and smooth glowing green emerald were all still there, but so too was the 2-meter-long one-handed sword. Its tacky and unsharpened edge was all to hide its heavy and incredibly powerful impact. "I am weak right now, I won't deny that. But I am also the Red Dragon Emperor of this generation, and I will not let my current self hold me back," Irina said, as she almost fell over from the sudden weight from her sword, before stabbing it into the ground and supporting herself with it. The room grew quiet, as they all looked at her both in worry and in awe at her determination, but in Rias's eyes was a different emotion. One of confusion. She had read many books about sacred gears over the years, and in those books she would always find deep and sometimes even a bit too detailed descriptions of most powerful sacred gears. And never once, in all of those books, scrolls and stories she had heard and read, had a Red Dragon Emperor or even Empress in this case, ever had a sword as a part of the boosted gear. The eerie sense of strength, destruction and power it lets slip out from both the sword and Irina herself, both scared her and impressed her. "I want to live again, like everyone else. I want to know, I will become strong for Drake, for you." "Rias, and for him," Irina said determinedly. A quick flash of a young brown-haired boy flew by her eyes, as what little she still had left in this world that she knew of was nearby and close. She wanted to find him, she wanted to. "Okay, you can join us at school, Irina-chan. But can you at least wait till next Monday, before you start?" Rias interrupted her thoughts, as she gave into the determination she had felt in Irina's words, plus she had a sneaking suspicion that she might try and sneak out to find this strength she spoke of. "Underworld, Phoenix Clan Mansion." "Thank you, Rias-sama. Thank you so much," a young girl said to Rias, before unsummoning her scared gear and returning to be supported by Rias, earning themselves unknowingly a few chuckles from a group of people who had been watching them unknowingly. Women were the main part of this group, all lying and sitting around near a man who was half-dressed and his hands all over them all, but only as a passive thought as he imagined his hands over the red-haired girl, Rias. He watched her her peerage and this new girl, with great interest through a small orange ball, as he ignored the moans, laughs, and lewd words from the girls around him. A smug smile spread across his skinny, yet fit face as his eyes bored perversely into the many girls on the small ball, as he tried to undress them in his head. This young man, Pig, was Riser Phoenix, and local womanizer of hell and unknown to himself and many others, a worshipper of Eros, who at this moment was hanging out right above him as he did so often to watch one of his most unknowingly faithful believers, which had always put a smile on his face, but not today. The sight of his aunt, Irina, being awake on the small Riser owned was a great thing, but what he could tell from the many smug laughs Riser made him worry, not for the girls around him, or the girls on the other side of the ball. Not even for Irina, or at least not as much, as he worried for his believer's slowly nearing end. Because if he only knew what kind of man, who would be angered if he did any of the things he was thinking about, then he would not have a boner right now. He would be praying to any and every kind of god and godlike being in the universe for mercy. Eros had a weirdly smug smile on his face, as a single and in some ways overly destructive and chaotic thought entered his mind. I could make Issei go to war. The sneaky and cunning god of physical love thought, as he flew away to tell his mother about his plan. Academy, lunch break. Why am I here? Issei asked himself tiredly, before yawning rather loudly, while keeping his arm in a crossed position. He stood off to the side in the orc room, watching as Rias frantically walked from one side of the room to the other, while Akino, Tsubaka and Sona all watched her from behind her desk. The rest of the peerage were all absent, mostly because today was Friday, which apparently was a free day, something Issei kind of wanted right now. He had stood in here for the last 3 minutes, while watching one of his contractors just walking, which was beginning to get boring to watch. Can I leave now? Shut it! Rias yelled, not even looking at him, as she continued walking. Issei just looked shocked for a bit, before trying to look for answers by looking at the trio of beauties, asking a slightly differently wordless question. What's wrong with Rias today? Sona seemed to understand his question, but instead of answering, she just raised her hand and pointed her finger left from her middle one up. Issei just became more confused for a moment, before getting an idea of what she was trying to tell him. I have to wait for a bit. Wait for what? Issei wondered, as he looked back at Rias, who had finally stopped walking. She was standing still near the window closets to the main door, watching the outside and the students out there, eating and having fun. He could see her right hand shaking slightly, as she seemed to tighten her hand into a ball, making her perfectly pale skin turn into a not normal white. She was clearly angry about something, but what that could be, he didn't have a single clue to. At least he wouldn't, if not for the talk he and Sona had the other day, which had led to a slight change in their contract, but he didn't feel like enabling it yet. This Riser Phoenix guy that she mentioned yesterday, Rias's fiancé and a bit of pig, which Issei still didn't fully get how a devil could be a pig, but he didn't question it. From Issei's point of view, a womanizer was just a normal thing and if anything, was someone to celebrate for how much charm they had. Luckily most people, outside of his family, don't know this and would probably like to keep it that way. Having Zeus as your dad does things to you. Issei kept watching Rias silently, as he kept wondering about what he had to wait for and if that thing was the reason why Rias seemed so angry, and why that thing did so. Thankfully time flies by faster than one would expect, as suddenly 2 different sources of magic began to gather in the room. 2 different colored circles appeared near the main door. One was a silver-colored one, with an old-looking emblem as its magical base. It gave him the feeling of ice, danger, and single-handed dominance. The other one was fiery orange, with the design of a flying bird with fire in its wings, an obvious link to the legendary phoenix. He could feel multiple people coming out of it, with one reminding him a bit of an actual phoenix, while having this weird and gross vibe to them. He felt a slight jolt go through him, as a lot of people suddenly appeared from the orange one, and a single maid appeared from the silver one. He could count 15 women, not including the maid, all surrounding one single man, who not only gave him that weird grow vibe from earlier, but also completely ignored him. His followers did so as well, all of them being too busy showing off how much charm their master seemed to have, unlike the silver-haired maid who noticed him. She bowed respectfully, and quickly, before turning towards Rias and walking over to her side. The blonde-haired man spread out of his arms, before letting out the most annoying voice and way of speaking Issei had ever heard. "Rias, my beloved bride-to-be. Riser has missed you, your beauty and your elegance." Issei felt a sudden urge to just punch him, but decided to just watch for now and step in if needed, though he doubted he would need to with that maid here. He might have felt from just a teleportation circle, but he could just tell from that alone she was strong, and seeing her now made him even more sure of that. "I don't want to marry you, you ass-hat!" Rias answered back, once again surprising Issei with how angry she was being, but it did also let it click for him that she hated this Riser fellow. Issei couldn't really understand it, besides his way of speaking and that gross vibe he just gave him, but other than that he couldn't see a real reason to hate him. Riser didn't seem fazed at all by her small outburst, and instead just shook his head, like a knowing adult would do with their bratty little girl. It was weird to look at. "Come now, Rias. Riser doesn't like it when you yell at him. Riser loves it when you just do as you're told." But if you still feel this way, Riser seemed to stop, as he looked towards the maid with a knowing look, as he seemed to wait for her to finish whatever it was he wanted to say. Rias also looked towards the maid, wondering what she was going to say, with Akino doing the same. Only Sona and Sabaka seemed to not look, almost like they already knew what she was going to say. "Then you will have to fight Lord Riser in a raiding game, with the winning prize being the end of your marriage to Lord Riser," the maid said, her voice sounding weirdly empty yet firm. She still sounded lovely in Issei's opinion, but that weird lack of emotion was putting him off a bit. It also made him realize that devils were all kind of weird. "Then I will do just that. And I won't be stopped this time, not by you or my brother Graphia," Rias declared with no hesitation, with Graphia, the silver-haired maid, sighing silently in response, before nodding acknowledgingly. Riser seemed to enjoy her response, but so did Sona as well, but Issei could feel neither side felt it for the same reason. "Then I shall inform your brother, and both of your parents of this, Lady Rias." But before that, Graphia turned around towards Sona, locking eyes with her as they both shared a quick glance of wordless conversation, before the two looked over at Issei. The others followed their eyes, with Rias and her queen looking a bit confused, and said confusion was shared by Riser and his peerage, with a few of his followers seeming to even laugh a bit. He could see their eyes judging him, all of them seeing him as being beneath them, which wasn't really new for him, but he felt it was fun when beings did this and didn't know it was the other way around. "I, Graphia Luciferge, Queen of Lord Surzex and head maid to the Gremory clan, asked you Issei Hayadu, what do you think of this raiding game proposal?" Graphia asked, watching him closely, almost scanning him and noticing his strength, and he had hers. Riser Peerage seemed to find her question to be funny, as they began laughing and mumbling questions like, why would she ask a lowly human that? Issei didn't need it to be spelled out for him what Graphia, and by extension, Sona were doing. They wanted him to step in and deal with this raiding game thing. Most likely he wanted him to fight Riser in Rias's place, which would be the right thing to do, but Issei was still pretty pissed at Rias and was only really here because Sona had called him here, so he felt this was the perfect time to get some revenge. A small evil smile appeared on his lips, worrying Sona, Rias, who had seemed to have gained hope for whatever reason in Graphia. "I find this proposal to be fair, in terms of what is at stake. However, I feel it would be unfair for Rias to fight this with her current peerage," so he could already see the slight hope and ease that had seemed to reappear in the three women's eyes gather, making this next part even sweeter in his own opinion. "Shall serve to train Rias and her peerage for this fight, so that it might be more fair," Issei said, finding some cruel sense of joy in watching their angry reactions. Next day, Gremory Human World Holiday Home. On a mountain trail, with more tree roots and bushes than pathway and fences, a group of young teenagers all walked in tow, with one leading them with a sadistic smile on his face. "Come on now, guys, only 2 more kilometers and we'll be there," Issei joyously declared, as he kept walking forward and listening to the tired sighs and moans from Rias and her peerage behind him. He had made them all carrier camping bags, and had chosen to let this be the most gentle of all the training he was going to make them go through. He had given Kiba and Kaneko the biggest bags, with Kiba carrying 5 kilograms, and Kaneko carrying nearly 40 kilograms on her own. Meanwhile Rias, Aquino and Asia all carried a bag each that weighed around 0 kilograms. They didn't really understand why he didn't carry those himself, or make Lanitos do it, but his excuse was that just because they don't fight in close range, doesn't mean they shouldn't train their endurance. Issei, I know you're still mad about the whole Irina thing, but this is going too far. Rias complained, as she staggered after him, while supporting and also being supported by Asia. Issei looked over his shoulder quietly, just watching them with an uninterested look, as he saw the state she was in. Yes, I won't lie. I am angry and a part of me is doing this out of pure spite, but I am still obligated by our contract to do everything within my capability, to support you and your peerage. So while this might seem like torture, this is in fact heaven and you'll come to see that soon enough, Issei said calmly, before stopping up and waiting for her and Asia. He also took this chance to look over the other's condition, and after not noticing Kiba, Kaneko or Aquino seeming to be in pain or having any difficulty, he began walking again. Besides, it seems your peerage is stronger than you give them credit for, Gremory, he thought to himself, as he reached the top of the mountain trail and waited for them all to join him. They all came one after another, with all of them covered in sweat. Kaneko's legs were shaking just a tiny bit, showing just how physically hard this exercise had been. But luckily they had made it to the top, and could now see the mansion they were all going to be staying in, being only a few hundreds meters away and not those 2 kilometers that Issei had said earlier. Not that any of them noticed, as they all dropped the bags and sat down and took a well-deserved break on the cold, soft grass beneath them. Well done, guys, you did better than I had expected. I can't wait to see how you handle the next part. He suddenly disappeared into the sky, making a small cloud of dust appear where he had been only seconds before. They all looked up into the sky, worried that he had left them alone, or maybe this was just his way of leaving, so he could prepare the next thing he talked about. But only a moment later, Kiba saw the slowly growing shadowy figure of someone flying towards him, with a giant bronze shield ready to crash into the ground. Everybody run! Rias yelled out, with them all despite their lack of strength from earlier, all managing to get a good few meters away from the crash site that Issei made in the ground a second later. Another, and much bigger cloud of dust appeared, spreading out slowly from the point of impact, before suddenly being sucked in as this loud sucking noise was heard from inside it. Rias and her peerage all watched in bewilderment, as the cloud almost instantly got sucked into Issei's mouth, before lifting his head towards the sky and blows it all out again. It came out more like a small ball of dirt, flying off to only God knows where. The sight before them, along with his weirdly cool sucking ability showcase, made them all worry what this next part was going to be. No longer was he wearing his normal free-time clothes, which had just been his school pants and some blue shirt. This time he was wearing a sideless chest bronze plate, with his normal pants. He wore 2 vambraces made of mostly leather, with bronze on the 2 parts near his arm joints. He even had a cape on, with 2 copper hand-sized coins holding onto the thin red and blue fabric, and a chain of copper from each hooked onto his chest plate. It looked like he was ready to go to war from the look alone, except maybe for the pants and his lack of a weapon and helmet, which somehow made them worry about what this meant. I've always loved the taste of the earth for whatever reason. I guess it's just one of those weird things everyone has. Anyways, nice dodging, guys, especially with how tired you all seem, Issei said, making the others feel both confused, yet also on guard, since who knew what else he would just randomly do. They should have been more on guard. As they all had this shared thought, Issei immediately dashed towards Rias, shield first ready to bash her into the ground. Kiba immediately jumped to her rescue, but unfortunately for him he was sent flying, as Issei without a second's hesitation smacked him with his shield to the side. Kaneko tried something different, and went for Issei's back, hoping she could tackle him or at least stop him, and give Rias and the other to get to a safe distance. She didn't see what happened to Kiba, but she got to experience it herself only a moment later, as Issei stopped up and stomped his right foot into the ground and turned violently. She fell off, her grip not being strong enough to hold on, and before she could recover, was given a free flying lesson from Issei as well. Issei did have to stop his rampage for that spin earlier, which gave Akino a chance to fire off a single bolt of lightning, hoping that she could hit him and maybe stun him a little. But Issei reflexes are beyond theirs, and could already feel it the moment it was fired at him. But he still chose to take it head on, letting Akino understand she needed to do more than that to damage him, before he dashed off towards Asia and Rias again. He would have reached them, beat them into the ground and won, if not for the stubbornness of Kiba, who managed to recover quickly enough and run all the way back here. He had his sword pointed straight towards Issei's neck, with the plan to stop him by threatening him with his own life. But before he could do so, he had to dig his feet into the ground, so he wouldn't get skewered by Issei's spear, which suddenly appeared out of nowhere in Issei's hand. He felt it lightly touching his own neck, not even moving a millimeter as Issei held it still, from a 1 meter distance, making Kiba's plan impossible, if not suicidal. And to add salt to the wound, Issei was already right in front of Rias and Asia, so no matter what they had all lost to him in only a matter of seconds. Well done, Gremory. Your peerage best frontal fighter just got his neck pierced, while you choose to protect your healer, making me beat your head in with my shield. Not to mention the fact that your servants all choose to just attack, without any orders or plans of working together, making them all stupidly come at me one at a time. Issei said calmly, before lightly hitting the chalk he had been using to write with, on the blackboard as he looked over at the slightly bruised-up group of devils, who all still seemed confused and slightly irritated. Issei just sighed, just thinking their looks to be those of unknowing idiots, much like the ones he had met the other day, when he finally riser for himself. This fight had already been decided, the moment you all chose to let my little surprise attack shock you, and it's this kind of thing I need to make sure you won't let happen again in your upcoming fight, and any in the future. So here's what your schedule will be for the coming week and a half. At 6:05 a.m., a mile run before breakfast, then at 7 a.m. warm-ups before fighting with me until lunch at p.m., then after practical training and battle tactics 0. Issei wrote down while talking, smirking both a bit evilly for the amount of pain he would give them, but also for how alike he was to his older war god siblings. No holding back, no sympathy, and still trying to teach those under him something valuable. But he realized that wasn't going to be easy with how loudly the entire group was moaning as he made this schedule for them, making him question if his intervention had even been worth it, as they seemed so lazy and complacent with their current strength. Listen, the only reason this seems so hard and impossible to you guys currently is only because you've never trained to get stronger, you've only gotten stronger through traumatic events. They do help, but you can't expect such a thing to happen to all of you in the fight, when you need it the most, so natural self-made strength is the best and fastest way to make you stronger this time around. Issei spoke, sounding sure of himself as he turned around towards the group. He didn't look at them with a stern look they had all expected, but an understanding one. How would you know how this feels, Issei-san? Aren't you just born strong? Asia asked, sounding curious, but had a few in the group look at her with worry, for how she expressed it. But luckily Issei overlooked her rather unfriendly way of asking, and chose to focus on her question, remembering slight bits of his past from before his ascension to his current position, and what he did afterwards. I fought a dragon king, and nearly got myself killed doing it, Issei said with a blank expression, before putting his right hand on the left side of his stomach, as a burning sensation of being skewered went through him. The group went silent, none of them daring to call him a liar, not with how he looked currently or how he held onto his side like it just happened all over again. Which one was it? Akino asked, curious to know the beast behind their teacher's apparent trauma. She got a shush from Rias, who didn't want to make him sad, mad, or anything else that could affect their next few days of training. Issei took his hand off his phantom wound, looking at his open palm as if he expected to see blood, but instead only saw nothing. There was no wound. You don't need to know, since it's not important, not anymore at least. But that's besides the point. What I want you to know by telling you this is that I understand the position you're all in quite well. Issei explained, still having a blank face for a bit, before it changed as he thought up his next to make. A much sterner expression appeared, as the words began flowing out of him. You are all pathetically weak, especially for a peerage whose master is an heir to a dukedom, and a sibling to one of the devil kings. But then again, the only reason why your group and Sona's group were put together to control Ko was because you both neither have the power nor the servants you need to keep it all under control by yourselves. Issei said harshly, as he locked eyes with Rias, who visibly was angry with what he had said, but knew he was right. She wasn't as strong as she should be, and didn't have the same talents that Sona did, which made up for her own lack of power. Not to mention, she had been lazy with choosing new peerage members, and had a rather bad habit of only helping people on the brink of death. But at least she could realize her own flaw, something most members of her own race couldn't, and certainly at her age. It was obvious to her, and the others, that following Issei and learning from him was their best chance to win this raiding game. Damned be their pride that he had so sorely hurt earlier today. Ria stood up, the others and Issei watching her intently, all wondering what she was planning to do. I admit it, we are weak, but we are also willing to learn. So please teach us to be strong, Issei-san? Rias asked, as she lowered her head in a deep and respectful bow. The others were a bit shocked by her actions, as they had never seen her act like this before. Normally it would be the others when they wanted something selfish from her, which she almost always said yes to. She was kind and cared a lot about her peerage, which was easy for Issei to see, but she was also naive and didn't seem to think about her actions well enough. He just hoped he could make her learn something through this, so whenever he and Irina would meet again, Rias would have taken good care of her before letting her leave. If only he knew of the kind of horrors and fears Rias felt in her heart, whenever she thought of her and her peerage losing to Riser. The absolute hell they would all have to suffer, and that Issei had unknowingly made even more likely to happen. Does he really care for Irina as much as he says he does, even though he knows what will happen to me, her, and the others if we lose this fight? Rias thought, as Issei started their first afternoon lessons for their training camp. 4 days later, Grammary holiday home. Come on, you can do better, Dash. Again from behind, you little brat, don't think I can't see you, Raven, that nothing. Are you trying to heal his body or his ego? Issei yelled out, as he kept fighting all 5 of the peerage members, criticizing them all for the smallest mistake while barely focusing on one single opponent. This was his way of teaching, since he had to go through this as well by the hands of his older siblings, both of those of god status and those of demigod status. So this was nothing in his opinion, but then again it was his opinion and at least he knew that, so he had to hold back a lot, only powering up more so as to not take too much damage from Rias's and Akino's attacks. But even then, he only had to do that when they attacked after sometimes minutes-long charge-up attacks. But he did notice that they had gotten quicker, and didn't have as much time as before to fire off these kinds of attacks. But for the 3 others it hadn't gone as well. He couldn't feel their strength improving much, if at all. Their hits, attacks, speed and reflexes seemed to stay the same no matter what. And Asia's attempts to support them didn't do much, only making their small strength amount to that of a medium-ranked devil, which was subpar for what he felt they needed for them to win. He could, though, say that their techniques and cooperation had improved significantly, until they again seemed to get complacent with it. This constant complacent with slight improvement was starting to get on his nerves, since it felt like they just stopped trying new styles as soon as they found one that had worked on him once. But unknowingly, that had been their plan and they had all just waited for him to get into this less focused state of his, where he just blocks, dodges and bashes them back in a mindless daze-like state. Akino and Rias both fired off 2 fully charged shots of their own respective magics, knowing he would power up so he could take their attack head-on, but that was his mistake. The attacks flew right past him and up into the sky, confusing him as he looked after them, wondering what was up with this sudden blunder. Maybe they need a break? We have been fighting for the last 4 hours. Kaneko connected her first full power hit straight to his chin, pushing him off balance and almost falling over. He looked over at her, surprised he didn't see her coming, but before he could get back on his feet, he felt a shallow, but long cut go across his exposed back as Kiba cut him for the first with his normal metal sword. What the hell? Where did he? Asia must have hidden his presence. Dash, boom! He got hit right on his head with the two magical attacks Akino and Rias had sent flying up into the sky, as a sign to the others to begin their surprise attack. Which had worked much better than any of them could have suspected. And even better was the small, yet pleasantly surprised coughs coming from Issei, as he lay on his bleeding back in the crater the two powerhouse of their peerage had made for him. What the hell just happened? He asked, sounding surprised, yet also slightly proud of them, making the entire peerage smile even more as they managed to put a demigod on his back. We won against you, by playing to your one flaw. The flaw of not seeing us as a real threat. Rias explained, as she landed next to the crater he had lay in, looking at him with a victorious smile. She reached down with her hands, to which Issei grabbed onto her hands, as he too smiled happily for their progress and this little, but major step towards them winning the raiding game. Oh, so you acted like you all had stopped trying to improve, so you could fool me to think that, so when I least expect it, you could attack me all out. Smart. Issei complimented, as he stood up again and brushed off the dirt from his back clothes, before feeling a slight sting from his newly acquired wound. The others noticed, with Kiba feeling a bit bad for having acutely hurt Issei. Luckily Asia rushed over to him and got ready to heal his wound, got ready with her sacred gear to heal him, but was stopped by Issei lightning pushing her away. Asia was confused by his actions, as were the others. Issei, why won't you let me heal it? What if it gets infected? Asia asked, as she tried to get closer to the wound again, with Issei just blocking her path, as he looked at her with an understanding look. I get it, but I want to keep it, as a sign of you guys' improvement. Plus I can also brag to my older sister that I managed to train a group of devils to beginner demigod strength. Issei said before whispering something petty about his sister, that the others didn't hear, but could guess from how he smiled that it was something pride-related. But they understood his sentiment. He wanted to keep it to show them and others that they managed a demigod. It was like a way to tell themselves that if they could beat one of the closest things to a god, then they could beat someone like Riser too. So don't worry about it, I'll clean it up so it doesn't get infected, but let's do that later. Besides, I am starving, how about you? Issei asked, shifting the conversations to something more interesting that had begun to affect the whole group, especially the tiny rook, whose stomach practically roared in celebration for Issei finally asking if they wanted to eat. A moment of silence filled the plain, before they all burst out laughing at how loud that was, with Kaneko blushing just a tiny bit, as she tried to keep her composure, as always. I guess that's a yes, come on guys, let's eat, Rias said, as she led the group inside, with Issei trailing behind them as he walked a bit slower than normal. He was thinking about something that Rias had said earlier, about a flaw they had used against him. Too bad for you, Rias, but that flaw won't be needed anymore. I'll be a bit more serious from now on. Issei thought as he entered the kitchen with Asia and Akino, as one of the three cooks. Time skip, night time. Issei was reading an old book on basic teaching methods, written by his older sister Athena, making notes and nodding a lot to himself as he found lots of things he could agree with in it. He sat in the library of the mansion, which he had been pretty surprised to find here, since the mansion already had so many things in it, like a pool, underground fitness room, massive kitchen and 0 bedrooms. He was a bit out of his depth with how big his devil's contractors' houses they lived in were, since yes, he had lived with these kinds of things himself, but on a much smaller scale. His own bedroom was no bigger than the beds in the bedrooms of this mansion, and even then he wasn't too sure if they actually were the same size. But at least the library was a normal size for him, being only 0 meters x 0 meters, the perfect size for him and most other Greeks, at least the ones who hadn't been to the great library of Alexandria. So basically only him. He also had a small plate of dried banana chips on the table next to him, on which also stood a small stack of books on teaching, war tactics and combat styles, all written by Athena as well, just under different names. His sister really liked to write about war and teaching a lot. It wasn't creepy at all, it was just her hobby. A hobby Issei and a few others have found great joy in, for being able to read and better themselves with. But tonight's light reading hadn't been all that fruitful, even if he was constantly writing down notes and nodding to himself. The wound on his back wasn't the problem either, since he had already put bandages on it, cleaned it, and could barely feel it anymore. He could feel this weird presence in the mansion, one he hadn't felt before, yet he felt as though he had. It kept moving around the mansion, being escorted by another, one he didn't know, Asia. But that had only been the beginning, since they had been joined by Aquino and Rias only a bit after, and now all seemed to be gathered in the living room, which just so happened to be right underneath him. He couldn't hear them, thanks to the fact this mansion's architect had been insane, and built every floor out of marble, with a thin wooden layer above, making most rooms able to cancel out noise both from within and from outside. He still didn't know if he was impressed, or scared of what this man could do, but that was a problem for another time. Luckily, there were also a lot of windows in the building, so Issei had been able to hear a few things, but never anything too concrete to understand what they were doing or even talking about. So he had sent Lanitos down to investigate, or just peep on them basically, since he had put a communication stone in his mouth, so he could listen in with the other one on his lap. "Are you sure you're well enough to be here? You can go back to Ka and keep resting," Ria said. Her voice seemed shaky through the stone, but that was mainly because Issei had abused these stones so much with his peeping, that they had been a bit stretched up by Lanitos' teeth. So the audio wasn't really the best in the world, but it did its job, so that was okay. "You should listen to Rias, dear. I mean, you have your first day of school tomorrow, so you shouldn't push yourself too much," Aquino said. She also sounded shaky through the stone like Rias, but she sounded mainly worried for whoever they were talking to. From what they talked about, Issei could assume this person was probably sick or unwell in some way, and that they went like him and the others. He began to have an idea as to who it could be, but he needed to listen for a bit longer before he could be fully sure. "I'm fine, Rias-sama. And I don't care about going to school, not anymore, not after what Sona told me, about why you all left me behind at Ka." Girl, who Issei felt he had heard before, spoke through what sounded like a lot of pain, but still a spark of determination was in there. She was determined to be here, and to fight in this raiding game as well, at least from what Issei could guess. Her voice, though, made Issei feel weird inside. Like a part of him wanted to jump out of his window and hop in through the one that Lanitos sat in, as if he knew this person. "It couldn't be, who's there? Show yourself," Rias called out, as the sound of Issei talking went through the communication, making them hear him for a brief moment. Issei by reflex put his hands over his mouth, covering it to be as quiet as possible, like it was going to help at all, since all he really needed to do was just make Lanitos slither away. "Lanitos, get back here, before they dash. I found this little pervy snake in the window, Rias-san." The bored voice of Kaneko came out through the stone, making Issei's jaw drop as he felt slightly afraid of what they would think, and even more so if they confused Lanitos for just a snake for too long. Since little known fact, maybe not so little, but at least in Lanitos' case because of how he looks when Issei carries him around, a lot of beings always confuse him for a pet snake or a familiar. It comes in handy sometimes, but in situations like these Issei always gets a bit fearful, since Lanitos takes great pride in his race and as an offspring of ancient dragons. So if someone calls him a snake too many times, they might just lose an arm, in the best case scenario. "Bring it to me, Kaneko. I want to see it," Rias requested, making Kaneko come over to her and the three others, her footsteps clearly being heard through the stone, making Issei sweat bullets as he thought about his two options. Either he stayed quiet and let Lanitos kill someone, which was clearly not happening, or he came to the rescue and would be called a pervert and a peeping Tom by the entire female part of Rias's peerage, which was basically the entire team. A choice that was a lot easier, but way worse for his reputation. Plus, if his mother ever heard about it, he already knew his body would be broken for a good few days. Meanwhile, downstairs in the massive living room, on a medium-sized coffee table, surrendered by a bunch of young women, sat Lanitos and calmly watched them all looking at him. In his eyes, they were just admiring his beautiful scarls, since what being wouldn't admit he had the most beautiful scars of all dragonkind. Another, even more unknown fact, that even Issei didn't know, was that Lanitos also had a pretty ego, so he had excused Kaneko for her rude comment earlier. He looks a lot like that pet Issei had with him when we first met him. What was its name again? Asia asked, as she put a hand on Lanito's head, petting its cool and smooth scales. She began doing it faster, smiling a bit like a little child, who was doing something cool they had never done before. The others, except for Irina, joined her, experiencing a similar sensation to what Asia felt. I think he called it Manitos? Or was it Penatos? Wondered Aquino as she too became interested in knowing its name. So what is your name, my handsome little friend? Rias asked, as she sat down on her knees and began to scratch the bottom of his mouth, making him open it slightly and showing off, unknowingly, the communication stone in his mouth to Rias. What's that thing in your mouth, Penatos? Is it a gem? Rias asked, not noticing the slight glare she got from Lanitos as she said his name wrong, as she grabbed the little blue stone with one of her hands and looked at it. Kaneko and Aquino also became curious as to what the gemstone was, and stopped petting Lanitos as intently as before, leaving him in the care of Asia, which was more than enough in his opinion. It looks a sapphire, but it's too bright to be one. It also looks a bit damaged. I mean, just look at all those scratches on it. Aquino pointed out, as the two others agreed with her observation, even pointing at a few other marks and broken off bits, before the three of them saw a hazy figure in it. They looked at the figure, all feeling a bit creeped out by it, and how it looked inside the gem. It seemed to be sitting down, with the gem's counterpart in its lap, and was looking down, or there in case, up at them with angry-looking red eyes. Maybe it's one of Issei's belongings that this little guy wanted to show off? Asked Rias, as she and the two others looked back at Lanitos and Asia, as the two seemed too focused on each other, like a pet and their owner seeing each other again after a long day. It was quite cute in their eyes, and made them have this weird image of Issei being a big softy, since his pet seemed so nice and petterable. They could just imagine him and Lanitos, just hanging out, with Issei petting the hell out of him. It was cute, and way off from what Issei would do in reality. Is this snake Issei's? Irina asked quietly, making the others remember their previous topic, and begin to worry about her again, and even feel a bit guilty since they kind of just shrugged her off to play with Issei's pet. Yes, at least I think he is. His name is Lanitos. His name is Lanitos, Irina said confidently, as she and Lanitos made eye contact, with Lanitos almost immediately remembering her. The object of his master and lifelong partner's affection and love. He almost jumped into her lap, as he coiled up against her warm and finally awakened body, happy for her and his master. Irina was a bit shocked by his actions, and didn't really know what to do. She didn't know Lanitos, not really in a way, since all she knew about Issei and the world she was a part of had come from Drake. So she knew about Lanitos and what kind of relationship he seemed to have with Issei, from what Drake could describe of the two. She gently placed one of her hands on his head, slowly caressing his small and smooth body for the first time. It had been a wish of hers to meet all the different people Issei had lived with, and that had taken care of her while she had been in a coma. Hello, Lanitos. It's nice to finally meet you, she said softly, before lifting his head up to hers, then touching his nose with her own, feeling his tiny tongue touch her upper lip. It tickled a bit. Thanks for looking after Issei for me, she whispered warmly, before letting him down on her lap again, from where he seemed to remember Issei's last order. Run away. He quickly got hold of the stone, jumping into the air and snatching it from Rias's grasp, and sliding out of the room and up the stairs. When he reached the library, he had expected Issei to be angry with him, but instead he just quietly looked at the stone. A single tear fell down his cheek, as his theory of who was the owner of that strange magical presence had been confirmed. She's here, Irina's here. Irina, she's here, she's really here, he said to himself, as he sat fully back and just watched the roof of the room in silence. Olympus, temple of love, a pinkish mist filled the bathing room of the goddess of love, as the sound of slight moaning was heard inside of the mist, those of a mature woman who clearly knew she was being watched by the more pervy demigods. She had fun teasing them like this. All she had to do was act like something was happening, which unfortunately rarely ever happened with her boy-toy boyfriend of a war god or her master craftsman god of a husband ever did to her. So her little, meter-by-5-meter television screen had to satisfy her, as she watched young couples doing the nasty. The pinkish mist helped a bit, as it was filled with a sweet and a bit weaker drug made from her tears, aphrodisiac. This shit was so strong that even she could be affected by it at specific amounts of it, and she was literally made of it. But this was what she had to do to keep herself entertained, when practically every man who wanted to her were too chicken to do anything besides jacking themselves off, and the ones she wanted to were too busy with their boring-ass hobbies. Plus her TV didn't really show her anything too interesting, since most humans now just ed for the ing's sake, which didn't really interest her either, not anymore at least. When did the entire world become so boring? No one ever just asks to have a child anymore, they only do to wait. Is that BDSM? Yes, oh by Uranus holy balls, yes! She suddenly shouted, as a long line of men strapped to uncomfortable chairs, sat with fully erect boners and were gagged and had blindfolds on. A single woman stood in the room, wearing tight red leather, and had a big spanking bat with her, and a whip on her ass that looked like a tail. Aphrodite was, to say the least, very interested in how this was going to go, but before she could watch this absolute girl boss dominate all these men, the voice of her most beloved child came to her. Mother! Mother of all beauty and truest love, I bring amazing gossip from hell itself. Without a second's worth of hesitation, she shut off the TV and fully turned her naked body towards her son as she looked at him expectantly. Oh, do tell, what did you hear this time, Eros dear? Mother is already down to hear some gossip, especially from you, dear. Aphrodite said, as she began to clench her long blonde hair and get all the water out, before thinning out the mist and getting all the aphrodisiac out of her system. Oh, Mother, you are as beautiful as always. Eros sent a smile her way, making her wink back at him, always finding his compliments to be perfect. He was the god of love, but to her he was the god of charm. I heard from one of my worshippers that he plans to fight against the devil, who has Issei as their bodyguard currently. Eros began, with Aphrodite nodding as she remembered the girl's name briefly, before remembering that bit about her also being Irina's new master. Oh, that bitcha little girl who has Irina-chan as one of her slaves for the time being? Good for her, maybe she can learn to be a bit more respectful from now on. She said her mind was already made up about how she felt towards Rias, which would probably change in a day or two, all depending on how good in bed she seemed or if Issei, Eros, or one of siblings liked her. Love is fickle, much like the beings who control it, one of which is Aphrodite. Oh, but Mother, you don't the worst of it. This man made a rather disgusting statement about our Irina-chan. That he would rape her, when he won against Rias, since that was apparently a part of their agreement. Eros said, seeming a bit angered, but he was also quite interested in seeing how this would all turn out, since he knew if they did lose and Issei found out that way, it would be fun for him. His mother was no different. Even if she did worry for Irina, she couldn't deny she got off on watching young demigods go on a rampage. Oh, my poor little nephew, I'd best make ready a space for him to sleep in my bed, one of these nights. After all, love can only be hurt so much, before it requires healing. Aphrodite said, as she licked one of her fingers, before letting it slide down to her lower regions, as an image of Issei amidst a destroyed hell spun through her mind. I can't wait for this, oh Issei dear, Issei's dream. Endless fields of burning fire spread out before Issei, with no end in sight, as he clenched his hands tightly on the handles of shield and spear, prepared for whatever was coming. He stood fully covered in his bronze armor, scouting the horizon, waiting for something, but what it was or could be he had no idea. But he felt like he had seen this place before, like he had been here before, or maybe he was going to be here one day. He couldn't be sure with his dreams anymore, as they all seemed to loop the same theme of fire and endless destruction. What is this place? He asked himself, hoping for an answer, but only got a hot gust of wind in his face instead, making him feel his skin burning for a brief moment. Then the ground began to shake, as what looked like pillars of fire began to rise up from the ground, and the sound of a giant bird echoed throughout the land. He looked for where the sound came from, and saw its golden and orange flames fall off its brilliant body. It was a colossal phoenix that had spread this fire, and was on its way to spread it further. A phoenix? No, wait, it's missing its green eyes. Is it perhaps? Issei stopped himself, as the scream of someone he knew sounded throughout the burning plains, making him turn towards its source and watch on in horror at who it was. It was Irina in what looked like slave attire, with only a simple piece of cloth covering her body, standing hopelessly on the top of one of the pillars of fire, unaffected by the fire surrounding her. Issei! Help! Issei! She screamed, as she reached out with her hands towards him, fear and desperation being the only thing Issei could feel from her voice. So too did the phoenix, as it began to dive down towards her at speeds one wouldn't think possible of such a huge bird. Only then did Issei realize what it intended to do, making him jump into action and without a care for his own well-being, as he began to run through the sea of flames. Irina! I am coming to save you! He yelled as the flames tried their damnedest to consume him, in their eternal heat, but he did not care for their weak attempts as the bird roars were much stronger, and made wordless mockery of him. I won't let you! I won't let you touch her! He roared, as he threw his spear right at the bird's heart, missing it completely. The bird shortly after landed next to Irina, who just watched it hopelessly open its beak in preparation to eat her. She turned for a brief moment to Issei, and looked him in the eyes, and said thus, "You failed me again, Issei, just like you did that night." She was gone, along with the pillar, the giant bird and the entire sea of flames, as Issei suddenly found himself standing on a burnt plain, with hills made of bodies everywhere he looked. Worse yet was the blood he found on his hands, face, and armor. He had killed them all in revenge for what had happened to Irina. But who were they? "They are your enemies," a mysterious voice said, making him turn around to try and find its owner, only to find another hill of death. "Devils, angels, humans, and gods," the voice continued, again appearing another place, only leaving its voice as a trace, since as soon as Issei turned towards it, it was gone again. "But worry not, child, their lives did not matter." Issei turned towards it again, finding more hills of dead bodies, these looking familiar to him for some reason. "You didn't need them. Not your friends." He began to spot the burned, pierced, and broken bodies of his new and old friends, in one of the many hills. "And certainly not your family." He fell onto his knees, at the sight of his entire family laying on top of one another, lifeless and dead, like every other body here. "It's only a matter of time now, then you shall see your true power, child." Gremory Holiday Home. Ah! Issei suddenly woke up, sweating like he had just carried the sky for 2 years straight, and breathing violently. He could feel his heart almost about to burst, as the events of his dream faded slowly from his mind, leaving him only with this horrible feeling of sadness. Whatever he had seen in it had been more than he could handle. He tried to calm himself down, with a mix of breathing slowly and holding on to something comforting that was in his bed next to him. He looked slowly to his side, begging to Gaia or anyone of similar power, that it was Irina or Lenitos lying there, but instead, to his surprise, it was Aquino. He felt a jolt go through his body, before letting go of her hand in a hurry, and hoping she wouldn't wake up. Snore, snore, he breathed out a sigh of relief, as her weirdly snores pointed to her still being asleep, meaning Issei didn't have to worry about her seeing him like this. He didn't like being seen when he was like this. Even if she would likely understand why, and would try and comfort him as much as she could, of that he was certain, but even so he didn't want others to see him when he didn't look his best. He looked at her sleeping face, as he found it to calm him somewhat, before he noticed how naked she was. Not to mention how naked he also was, and that he was not in his own room, but in hers. He looked around, trying to find his clothes, and found them on a nearby chair, with her underwear on top of his. He felt like just going back to sleep, hoping he would forget this and would magically somehow appear back in his own room in the morning. But fate had other plans for the young man this fine night, as his unplanned sleeping buddy began to stir awake, probably from her lack of a giant teddy bear to sleep up against. Issei had unknowingly removed her arms from his body, not her legs though weirdly enough, when he thought about how he had moved when he woke up. "Ah, is it already morning? I thought I just brought Issei over," Akino said to herself in sleepy daze, before noticing the very much awake and somewhat annoyed Issei looking at her. Her mouth and eyes widened with surprise as for the first time in her last week's success of sleeping with Issei without him noticing, finally he woke up before she had put him back, or left. "Oh. Good morning, Issei?" Akino begged for dear life that Issei would let this slide and would let her sleep with him just this once, where he at least had agreed to do it. "Akino. What am I doing in your bed?" Issei asked calmly, as he tried to hide the sweat that had appeared on his body when he had woken up, as to not worry her or turn her on, if it even could do that. "Oh, I should ask you that." Silly Akino tried hiding her poorly thought nightly routine, with subpar acting, to which Issei just looked at her unfazed, as he could clearly see his clothes and hers placed neatly on a chair behind her. "Just tell me the truth, Akino. I know for a fact I don't just go into another person's bed. That's something my dad would do," Issei argued, though his argument only really served to show that Issei's childhood had been less than normal. But they both glanced over that last bit. Akino just sighed deeply, as she raised her hands up like one would if they surrendered. "Fine, you got me. I just wanted to sleep with someone, and you are just the perfect size for me to cuddle against, as well as fuck." Issei put his hand on her mouth covering it, stopping her from mentioning that last bit. He removed his hand when he felt her wet tongue licking it, making him feel uncomfortable with this woman's obsession with him. "Alright, enough. By Gaia, you are a way bigger pervert than my sister-in-law." His voice was tired, and it showed as he laid himself back down, as the call of sleep began to return. Akino just giggled at his compliment, or insult, but she chose to see it as the first. She lay down beside him, watching him carefully as she waited for her chance to renegade in her earlier teddy bear hug, with him being the teddy bear. Issei noticed her eyes waiting for something to happen, and just decided out of a sheer lack of will to do anything energy-consuming, to open his arms, as an invitation for her to hug him, with his consent this time. She didn't hesitate at all, and had her slender arms and legs around his body in a split second, and began to cuddle up against him. "Thanks." Issei looked over at her, his tired eyes widening just a bit by her words. They weren't overly surprising, he just hadn't expected her to say anything. She had been the one to start this weird relationship between them, and she had only really seemed to take from him, never giving anything back. She hadn't even said anything after their first night together, nor did she say anything after, yet now she finally thanked him for something as small as a hug. He smiled a bit, before closing his eyes. Day skip, as Issei had scheduled with them all on the first day, after they had fought him all head-on for 4 to 5 hours straight, he would sit down with each of them individually and train them alone for a bit. He would do this in different parts of the area of the property that Rias's holiday home owned, which was quite a lot. Basically anything 0 kilometers away from the house was all owned by Rias and her family, which made Issei's one-on-one session much more hellish in some of the group members' opinion, since if he thought it was necessary, then they would have to walk to the edge of the property, just to do some light reading or to run all around the edge of the property. He had just done this to Kiba, with the excuse being that Kiba needed to be able to run this length at least, if he wanted to be of any use in the upcoming fight. It had also maybe been a way for Issei to get back at him, for giving him a new cut on his right leg, but the world may never know if it was something as petty as that had led to Kiba thinking about getting his lunges replaced. Luckily the night had survived, and was currently relaxing in the living room, with the other victims of Issei's special lesson. The list included Rias, Asia, Kaneko, and himself. They were all waiting for Akino to come back, missing either a few strands of hair, maybe a broken leg, or out of breath from something else. "I can't believe that we are still alive after 7 days of this hell," Kaneko complained, as she weakly tried to lift up a chocolate bar, but with her arms being so sore from lifting Lanito's deadlifts for half an hour, it was impossible and soul-crushing. The others could relate to the pain, even the soul-crushing part, as they all had been unable to do a lot of the things they liked doing after their lessons were done. Plus the constant beat-down of their pride hadn't really helped, as every time they thought they had done something impressive, Issei would show off something even cooler. Though that only really affected Kiba and Kaneko, since he couldn't do anything magic-related, which spared the three main magic users of their group the pain of seeing their skills pale compared to his. But even so, none of them could stop themselves from feeling happy with their training, since they could all feel they had gotten stronger. It's not so bad. Besides, if he hadn't trained us this harshly, I doubt I would feel as prepared as I am for this fight, Rias said. She smiled proudly of herself and her friends, before stopping as one of her ribs nearly snapped. I take that back. I wish he would go a bit easier on us. Her sudden change in statement made the others laugh a bit, before their own bones also threatened to snap, making them stop. They all sat in silence for a bit, before looking towards the main exit, and seeing the distant figure of Issei carrying Akino, who looked burnt, blown up, and unconscious. It didn't even surprise them at this point. They were just happy her limbs seemed to still be attached to her body. He came inside, put her on the couch, and then walked towards the kitchen and began to make dinner. Akino weakly opened her eyes and looked over at Rias, telling her wordlessly of the horrors she experienced. Rias just nodded knowingly, as she looked towards the kitchen, waiting for dinner so she could go to sleep and feel less pain. In the kitchen, near a few pots of soup, noodles and a single pan with some unknown and unnatural meat on it, stood Issei and holding a phone up to the left of his ear, as he listened intently to the voice on the other side. Be careful, child. My wife seems to be up to something, and has brought our love-sick child into it like always. Sorry that I can't do any more than this, a deep voice said, as what sounded like screams and gunshots in the background grew, with the man himself yelling out orders and firing some kind of weapon himself. I see. I will take your warning to heart, thank you, brother. Do call me, if you hear any more of this plan of theirs. I won't harm them, as long as they follow our rules. Issei spoke back, as he chopped up a small hill of carrots, before throwing them into a stew. The man calling him made an approving grunt, before the sound of someone dying could be heard, and he yelled out something he couldn't understand fully. I shall, brother. I hope your mission goes well, and say hey to Lanitos for me. I shall go now, the man said before hanging up and leaving to do whatever he had been doing before he called Issei out of the blue. Issei just went back to cooking, not being bothered too much by his brother's warning, since he had grown used to those two's meddling and pranks, so this wasn't new. The real concern was what they might do this time, since now Irina was awake, and Issei knew how much they had waited for that to happen. It seems I might become a god slayer in the near future, hopefully not, but I might as well be prepared. He finished cooking, brought the food over to the half-dead devils, who consumed it all without questioning the weird meat he had given them. It was just hydra neck meat anyways, so it tasted just like octopus anyways. One day left. Outside the mansion, on a neat straight line, stood all of Rias' peerage, minus Irina, and waited for Issei. They had finished their run, with record time to boot, so the morale of the group was high, and they were ready for their last day's training session. They all turned their heads towards the doors of the mansion, as they saw Issei coming out, wearing his night clothes and holding a cup of coffee, with the image of a lightning bolt on it. They looked at him a bit confused, with him sharing their confusion. What are you doing? Issei asked, as he walked a bit closer while drinking his coffee, as a way to try and wake faster. We should ask you that. Shouldn't you be ready to fight? You look like you just came out of bed, Rias asked, stating the obvious, to which Issei just agreed, since he had literally just come out of bed, and had been wondering where they had gone off to. Well, yeah, I just woke up and had been looking for you guys, since I forgot to tell you sip, that training was cancelled for today. You all deserve a break, Issei said, before taking another sip of coffee and leaving the group a bit surprised. Then they all jumped into the air, all happy to not have to fight today, so now they could all rest and get ready for tomorrow. Got ya, Issei said suddenly, as he dashed out of his night clothes, revealing his heavy armor underneath it. His cup turned into his shield, and the brown liquid turned into his spear. He tried to pierce Rias, But much to his joy, Kiba parried his thrust, before going in for a close-up where he kept swinging his sword to make Issei unable to attack, so he had to retreat and defend himself. Kaneko came from the side, and tried to kick him off balance, but he managed to block her attack with his spear. It didn't stop her from trying again at different angles, keeping Issei on his toes and unable to focus on much more than the two's combo attack. It made it possible for Akino and Rias to fire off multiple weaker, but annoying bolts of magic at him, as to make him unable to regain his footing. If he wasn't under fire from those two, he was being kicked and slashed at, and vice versa. Asia couldn't do much fighting, but her ability to help Kiba regain his stamina quicker made them able to keep this current fight in their favor. Issei didn't want to stop this fight, not yet at least, since this had been the first time he had felt threatened by them. It made him happy to feel this feeling again after so long, and by a group of people he had trained. Damned be his former hate, not that he had lost it completely, this was a goddamn fight and he was losing it, and happily so. At least he was, until he felt a third presence close in on him, another knight with a horrifying aura. He barely managed to block their attack, before dodging out of the way and saw who had attacked him. Irina. She stood there, looking like she was barely able to lift the giant slab of metal she called a sword, as she looked at him with deep focus and seemed to wait for another opening. He could barely believe it, she just stood there and didn't even recognize him. He didn't see Kiba and Kaneko closing on him, with Kiba's sword cutting him across the chest, and Kaneko throwing him off balance. Both of them seemed surprised by his sudden lack of focus, before they regrouped with their team. Issei fell over and landed on his back with a heavy bump, before feeling his body being hit with fire bolts and lighting from the two main magic users. The group celebrated their victory against Issei, with even Irina joining in. "We finally beat him, we beat him. And we're gonna beat Riser next," Rias declared proudly, as the six of them all jumped into the air, all of them hyped for this fight. None of them saw Issei slowly getting up and looking at the back of Irina, his face unable to show emotion as he felt too many to choose a single one. He didn't care about them winning, the blood flowing down his chest, and what it had revealed, or the bone Kaneko broke in his leg. "Irina?" he asked, gaining the group's attention as they all, except for Irina, realized how confused Issei must be right now. He got slowly up, using his spear to support himself, as he let go of his shield and the bottom part of his chest plate fell off, revealing a giant bite mark the size of his head. "Is that you, Irina?" he asked again, as he feared this was all just some sick prank by the devils or his head. He struggled to stand up fully, and they could all see that, but more than that they could see the utter confusion on his face, and the giant bite mark. Irina nodded slowly, not really knowing who this person was, and just kind of looked at him with a confused stare. "Who are you?" Issei felt his heart drop because of her question. Rias tried to help, but was stopped by Issei holding up his left hand, as a sign for her to keep quiet. "Don't you recognize me?" he asked, as he took a slow step closer, with her taking a step back, making him worry even more than before. "No, I don't recognize you. Why would I know a monster like you?" she asked harshly, as she held onto her sword hilt tightly and slowly walked over towards the others, ready to defend them from what she was seeing. To everyone else, Issei was the only thing they saw there, and he was hardly a monster at all, besides his training methods, but that was more demonic than anything. But Irina couldn't see that. She could only see this armored figure standing in front of her, smiling wickedly as his deep red eyes tried to pierce her soul. His armor was a dark coppery green, with green flames coming out of every gap in it. He had an entourage of ghostly figures around him, each person having been one he had killed in his life. To her his voice was far from worried, scared, or even confused. It sounded evil and demonic. "Why?" "Irina, it's me." His red eyes went from her, and looked towards Rias, before pointing his spear at her. Now his real self seemed similar to the one Irina could see. "What did you do to her, Rias? Tell me!" Issei yelled, as his body let off light steam, and his wounds all healed, even the scar on his back. They all watched in fear of the anger and rage he held in his voice. "What did you do?" he roared out, making the ground shake, and his body for a brief second gave off a green fiery flash, before stopping as he and the others all felt a new presence near them. A small bright gold-colored orb flowed down and landed in front of Issei. Then it began changing into a more human shape, one that Issei knew quite well. Hermes. What do you want? His anger was still there, but it had faded or at least subsided, as it would be disrespectful to act rageful in front of the gods, or one's own brother. The others all stared in awe, all a bit emotionally drained from the constant shift in mood. Meanwhile, the young, brown-haired man, wearing a simple Greek dress and some metal running shoes, just chuckled lightly before bringing out a small scroll. Dad wants you to return home, your job's done, he said nonchalantly, before turning away from the confused face of his brother, and looked over towards Rias and the others. I'm sorry for the stress, worry or fear my brother here has caused you all, and don't worry about the bodyguard thingy, we'll send you a replacement, he said briefly, before giving Irina a quick glance, then looking back at Issei and snapped his fingers. The two vanished in a ball of golden light, leaving the devils all by themselves. Divine Realm, empty Olympus. Inside a small and old or rather ancient marble-built room, on small wooden benches that were stood up against the walls leading towards the exit, sat Rias and her entire peerage waiting patiently. They had been sent here by Zeus an hour ago, while he and some other high-ranking devils had gone off to somewhere else. Rias and her peerage were rather confused as to why they had to be here, wondering what they could have done or had done to make them be here. Rias, did your brother say anything about this? Like, why are we here or where are we? Aquino asked, as she scooted a bit over to her red-haired friend's side, as she didn't want to sit too close to the exit as she could hear the faint sound of people, a lot of people yelling and cheering. Rias shrugged her shoulders, showing she didn't any more than they did, but she did at least have an idea that might be the reason for this. But she wasn't totally sure yet, so she kept it to herself for now. I don't know Aquino, but I am guessing Issei might have something to do with it, or maybe. She took a quick side glance to her newly acquired Nidus, Irina, who was busy talking with Drake in her mind. Rias looked at her for a brief second or two more, before returning her gaze back to Aquino. But I can't know for sure yet, so let's just wait and see. I doubt it's anything too serious. As those words left her mouth, the entire room was suddenly alerted to the sounds coming from behind the door. Many footsteps were rushing past the doors, as the sounds of people yelling could be heard, all calling out for others to join them. They sounded happy, like something they had all been waiting for was finally happening. Well, they seem excited. Makes you wonder what for, Irina said, as she looked at the door with a small smile. Kiba and Asia agreed with her, with small smiles of their own, while Rias and Aquino thought about it a bit more. What they could be so happy about, that is. They both wondered. More footsteps passed by outside, and with it came more cheering, with something that sounded like a loudspeaker, with someone speaking from it. It made the group question what this whole thing really was. The obvious answer was that this was something Issei or Zeus had arranged, so they could fight on a big scene in front of one of the strongest factions in the supernatural world. Or this was something else, that also included fighting, since as far as all of them knew, Greeks only really liked fighting and philosophy. Suddenly, a blue flat square appeared on the back side wall, showing them a live feed from what they would all assume to be the arena that was currently being filled with tons of spectators. They could see everything from one side of the arena, with a clear view over the entire fighting area, then to the spectators' seats, and what they could only imagine to be the VIPs. Masvi's chairs were all lined up in row, with three distinctive beings sitting in the middle. Ladies and gentlemen, Greeks and devils, we of Olympus welcome you all humbly to our arena of the Olympian gods. For tonight only, this mythical birthing place of heroes shall be used once more. For tonight, new legends shall enter this arena, but only one group of legends will win. A young man shouted through his loudspeaker. The crowd erupted into cheering, as they all couldn't wait any longer for this battle, since it had been years since the last time they got to see a good fight. From the Eastern Gate, we have the second oldest son of the devil factions, Phoenix clan, Riser Phoenix and his peerage. The man introduced Riser and his peerage. Some clapped and others cheered as they walked into the arena, ready to fight. But Rias and her group were less than happy with their presence, mainly Rias, as she hated how confident he looked or how wide his smug smile was. "Don't worry, we won't lose Rias-sama," Irena said, as she clutched her hand tightly around her sword handle. Even she could tell the guy was a piece of shit. It made Rias smile briefly, before she got back to being serious and began to wait for someone to come and get them down to their gate. And right on K, someone did enter their room, just not who she had expected. "Brother? What are you doing here?" Rias asked, jumping out of her seat from sheer surprise more than the others who also were not fully sure what was going on. "Well, there's been a change in plans and I am a bit embarrassed to say I couldn't do much against it," Zeus explained, just a bit too cryptically for Rias or the others to understand at first, until the man with the loudspeaker began talking again. "As for the challengers for this fight, Lady Rias Gremory and her own peerage, they will face whoever wins the first fight, as declared by Lord Zeus." The whole group was stunted, except for Zeus, as he already knew and was fully on board with it as well. Rias looked at her brother, saw his knowing smile and knew immediately what he had done, or at least allowed it to happen. "You! This was supposed to be my chance. Our chance to show that we could do this. That I was worthy of being the heiress of the Gremory clan," she yelled, a small fit of rage like that a child's rushed through her, before she managed to calm down a bit. Zeus chuckled a bit, before sitting down next to the door. "I know, Rias. But do remember what the announcer said. You will get to face whoever wins in the first round." Rias wasn't too happy about it, but she couldn't deny that she would still get to show her own and her friends' worth and power, just not the way she had wanted to. "Fine, then who is going to face Riser?" A few seconds passed, as she realized who had taken her place in the first round. And with one quick look at her brother, she could spot the clear hint, and knew who was fighting for them. "It's Issei," Rias whispered to herself. She turned back towards the video feed, hoping it really was him. "And for whom our great Lord Zeus has chosen as Riser's opponent, it shall be the demigod of dragons, rider of Lanitos and our younger brother. Give it up for dash, roar, roar!" A massive and nearly deafening roar filled the arena, as dark clouds began to gather above the arena, with a snake-like figure of sorts seeming to fly inside of it. "Issei!" the man yelled out, and right on K, the clouds sent out waves upon waves of lightning and thunder, breaking apart to show the dark figure of Lanitos, with Issei standing on top of it, fully armed and ready. The crowd once more erupted into cheering, but much louder than before. Even some of the 12 gods joined in, mainly Zeus and Ares, as both were hardcore lovers of anything that blew up or had lighting in it. Issei jumped off Lanitos, landing on the ground like a comic book superhero, which resulted in a rather wide indent of the ground where he landed. It shook the whole arena. He stood up slowly, plunging his spear into the ground and then putting his arms out, like he was waiting to catch something. A few seconds went by, but suddenly the massive creature, aka Lanitos, fell into his arms, making a small shock wave appear. A few people were blown away, but not Issei, as he stood still like a rock and held him in his arms, like it was nothing. "He likes showing off, doesn't he, Rias-sama?" Kiba asked, chuckling a bit at how often he had seen him now do stuff like this. Throwing half a mountain, recounting his times fighting mythical creatures, or of how he carried the heavens for half a month, just because he was bored. Rias and the others all just nodded in unison, as they were all too busy watching him. Though Rias was more focused, not because of his incredible skill, but if his incredible skill could maybe break her free from this hell of a forced marriage. "Please win, Issei. Please win," she prayed, as she watched the man who was quite literally at that moment her Spartan in golden brown armor. Half a day earlier, "Son, tell me what it is you have been doing down on Earth. And I don't mean fighting, guarding, or any of the other crap. Why did you not stand up for your client?" Zeus asked, as thunder rang loudly outside the old god's living room. Hera, Ares, Hermes, and Athena were all watching him and Issei talking, or maybe yelling at each other was a better term, not that it mattered which it was, as the point was both of them were rather aggressive with how they talked to each other. Why should I? She kidnapped Irena, never properly said sorry, and then said she can't release her safely until she got a high rank. Why the hell should I help someone who enough? No matter what, you help your clients. That's a guardian job. Zeus interrupted him, making the weather outside even worse, as bolts of lightning flung out of the clouds and the thunder began to deafen the family of 6. Issei looked up at his father, with rage in his eyes as he gritted his teeth. He didn't like it when his obvious faults or mistakes were pointed out, but couldn't deny his father was right. He loosened his teeth, but still kept his anger in his eyes. Then maybe you shouldn't make me a guardian anymore. I obviously can't handle it, he said angrily, yet still more softly than before as he looked away from his father, no longer wanting to meet his judging gaze. Zeus felt a bit taken back by his statement. The same feeling went through the others. They could all remember when Issei had been trying to convince them to let him be a guardian 2 years ago. It had its ups and downs, but he had been successful most of the time. Maybe he never really saw it that way. Like he could only see his failures, and never any of his successes. Hera thought to herself, as she felt sad on her son's behalf. He was clearly still just a child at heart, one who had a lot of people expecting great things from him, since he could do so much from such a young age. Not to mention, his starting myth was one of death and destruction. Those kinds of myths aren't that common, and makes him very special in the Greek pantheon. Is that really what you want? Zeus asked, not sure of what to say or really do. He didn't like shouting or being angry at Issei, but felt he had to sometimes, to make him understand what he had done or was doing. Yes. I'm not fit for the job. I lose my temper too easily. I do things that grant no benefit to my clients, but only to myself. And I can't handle any more of this. This feeling I have inside, Issei said, as a small tear ran down his left cheek, landing on the smooth marble floor below. Hera stood up and began to walk over to her son's side. Despite their difference in height, she seamlessly made herself smaller, until she was as tall as Issei. She embraced him from his side, stroking him gently on his head. It's okay, son. We know it's hard for you to deal with all these things, and of how much you wish to just let go of it, but you mustn't, my son. Not yet. Hera spoke encouragingly, as Issei listened to her words, wondering where she was going with this. Why? He asked curiously, feeling another pair of arms embraced him from his right side. Because, brother, you are wise enough to see fault in what you do. Strong enough to carry your mistakes and to mold them into things that you desire and wish for. Athena spoke, making her stepmom a bit annoyed, but still she couldn't deny Athena's words. When can you deny the truth when speaking to a goddess of wisdom? She is right, my child. You have always been able to come back, even when things seemed hard or unbearable. You always made a new path to your future, instead of dwelling on your faults like most do. Hera said, feeling Issei slowly starting to tear a bit up. The 2 other younger men, Ares and Hermes, agreed with their sister and their mother's words and somewhat wished they had some to tell Issei as well. But Ares was not that smart, and Hermes knew that joking at the moment wouldn't be much better. But still, the desire to help their younger brother could be felt, and that was enough. Thank you, mother. You too, sister. I feel a bit after because of your words, but my mind is still set. Issei softly ended the 2 women's heartfelt hug, as he looked at his father again. I still wish to resign from my post as a guardian, and do something else for the foreseeable future. He was interrupted, as was this entire moment, by the sound of soft feet hitting the floor in a running-like motion, making the 6 people in the room know who it was. The half-dressed goddess of love, Aphrodite, came rushing through the hallways, before slowing down her run, into more of a walking speed. It is I. What do you want, goddess? Can't you see we are currently busy? Ares asked, not giving 2s for his girlfriend, since she had interrupted this little family moment. Though luckily, she was rather tough and used to Ares' harsh words, so it didn't bother her much. I just came to help our young Issei, since it pains me to know that any of us are hurting. Is that so wrong of me to do? The blonde goddess asked, as she neared Issei from behind, with him trying his best to ignore her. He was not stupid, either was the rest. The goddess of love was a fickle woman and loved to make drama, as did love itself. Zeus rolled his eyes, but decided to hear her out. All right then, speak woman and then be off. I still need to talk with my son a bit more. She simply nodded, turned Issei around, gave him a big hug, a small smooch on his forehead, and then made her most convincing I don't wanna start drama. But face yet, Issei, my dear sweet. She got a small death glare from both Hera and Athena, both warning her to choose her next words wisely. It pains me, truly for once, that I must be the bearer of both good and bad news, but you mustn't give up your title as guardian, or let go of your contract with those two devil girls. For once in her life, her rather uncaring and drama-seeking tone was not too much on display, making her words just a bit more convincing than normally. And why is that, Lady Aphrodite? Issei asked, slightly curious to know what his aunt wanted to tell him. You see, one of my dear little boy, Eros's worshippers, spoke of some rather nasty things. His name was Riser Phoenix, I believe, the guy who's the soon-to-be fiancé of Rias Gremory, correct? Issei nodded, still curious as to what that guy could have said that was so bad, besides him just talking in third person. In all honesty, truly this is as honest as I can get, he seemed to desire to violate the laws of love and love at that. This had all six of them confused, mainly since none of them knew love had laws or any kind of guidelines, since as far as they had understood love was like the gods and goddess who govern it. And all Aphrodite made it look like was just one big game or punishment at times. What do you mean, Aphrodite? Hera asked, somewhat worried as to what this could mean. Aphrodite looked up at the still god-sized people in the room, her eyes seeming worried and somewhat fearful. It put them a bit on edge, as what could make her of all people acutely seem afraid. She looked back at Issei, took a deep breath and opened her mouth to speak one more time. He desires to violate Rias Gremory and her peerage. Or in other words, he plans to rape all of the women in her peerage, including Irina. A biblically amount of lighting, bloodthirst and fear began to fill the room, as five of the gods became enraged beyond belief. But even then, their rage could not be matched with Issei's own rage. His eyes had a lethal gaze to it that the goddess had never seen in anyone, other than Persephone when she was truly mad at someone. He reached out with his right hand, placed it on her left shoulder, making her feel immense dread as the young demigod's rage nearly began to burn her from this one single touch. He looked over his shoulder, and looked his father dead in the eyes. Call one of the devil kings over, I have a demand, that they will follow or else. Present day. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the fight of a marriage agreement? Really, that's what this is about. The announcer, now slightly uninterested in the upcoming battle, said. Riser seemed slightly annoyed, but said nothing. This was mirrored by Issei, who still held Lanitos firmly with his two hands. The giant snake, aka Lanitos, seemed on edge about something, but Rias and her group didn't notice. Oh whatever, let this fight dash. He raised his right hand slowly into the sky, pointing one of his finger towards an unspecified part of the sky. Lanitos seemed to glow slightly, and Issei suddenly didn't have his spear on him anymore. A bolt of lighting shot out of the sky and into the announcer's hand, causing an explosion, one quite like a firework, to go off. Begin. Lanitos, release. Issei spoke, before he and the entire arena was covered in a bright light. Anyone who hadn't managed to block the bright light felt like they had been flash-banged, just 10 times worse. But as their eyes readjusted, they saw something quite horrifying in Issei's left hand. A long, black and gray spear, with a scale-like motif going down the handle part of it, with a slightly curved edge that looked more like a snake's tooth than a normal curved spear blade. Oh, he's getting serious this time, Zeus said, as he watched with an unsettlingly knowing look, as a hint of anger flashed by his eyes at just the sight of that spear. Rias had never seen her brother like this, so it was more likely than not that she would ask him, "What's wrong, brother?" But it was not her brother who answered, but instead Drake. That snake, Lanitos, is no mere snake. It's a sacred gear prototype, namely for the Regulus Nemia. Drake spoke, curious to how Issei managed to find such an ancient sacred gear, and how he could wield it like he does. A prototype sacred gear? And to a Longius of all things? Rias asked, surprised, shocked by how she never noticed something that powerful, just walking around her all the time without a care in the world. Yes, one of the biggest failure attempts by the biblical God to create his sacred gears, yet also one of his most successful attempts. Serzex explained shortly, leaving Rias a bit stunned by his words. How could something be both a failure yet a success? My Issei. You really care for Irina-chan that much, don't you? Maybe even to the point where you might offer me a gift for helping you so much. Aphrodite thought to herself, as she bit down on her thumb's nail, excited by the sudden development. Divine realm, Olympus. Issei got into a jumping position, with his spear held tightly out by his right hand, making it be pointed straight forward towards his opponents. He flexed his muscle as hard as he could, before setting his left hand on the ground, just for added speed. Then he practically flew off, as he jumped from his end of the arena, leaving a small crater inside the one Lanitos had made before. He shot through the air, with his spear held ready to strike. Riser and his group barely had time to position themselves, much less mentally prepare for this clearly stronger opponent's sudden leap forward. Fire! Riser called out, as he alone shot off a ball of fire, followed by a magic bomb from his queen and another ball of fire from his bishop, or rather his sister, Ravel. The front fighters saw the three's magic attack fly over their heads straight at Issei, who didn't even try to block it. They saw how it made contact, and how he just came flying out of the smoke with a single scratch. The crowd cheered at his invulnerability, while the front group, namely both of rooks and 4 of his pawns, the twin pairs, all watched in fear as their opponent flew straight at them. Get Arie, Isaba, one of the rooks yelled out, but was cut short, literally as Issei cut her in half with his spear. Thankfully, this whole fight was being interfered with by devil magic, the same kind as the one they use in raiding games, so no lethal harm would be left when they were defeated. The 5 other girls jumped him together, to get revenge for their fallen comrade. But before they could reach him, Issei swung his spear around in a circular motion, cutting them all in half as well. Riser's 2 rooks, and 4 of his pawns, have been defeated. The man announced, not that it was really needed, since everyone could easily tell just by looking. Issei was beating them so easily, that it felt just a bit unfair for the devil heir and his peerage. Issei stood still, not moving an inch as he waited for Riser's next move. It didn't take long for him to receive said next move, as a rather large barrage of fireballs and magic bomb attacks were all sent his way. He readied his spear behind his back, while lowering his legs a bit to support whatever it was he planned to do. As the magic barrage came closer, he jumped straight into it, ready to pierce right through it with his spear. He was covered in fire, magic, explosion and smoke, leaving the crowd and Riser all wondering if he made it through the attack intact or not. Yet once again he did. He flew right out of the smoke cloud, ready to fight the next group of attackers, who had all flown up to meet him in aerial combat. He clashed his spear with one of the knights, deflecting her attack and parrying the other knight's attack as well. He kicked her in the stomach with so much force, she was teleported out of the arena. Riser's knight is down, 1 remaining. The announcer said, not before having to say it again, as Issei cut the other one down as well, before stabbing an unfortunate pawn who was just a bit too close. Riser's last knight, and 1 of his pawns are both out. The 3 remaining pawns tried to seek refugees with their king, but were all cut down from behind by Issei in a quick leap forward with a wide slash added. Riser's last 3 pawns have been defeated. The crowd cheered again, making the remaining combatants worry if them losing this quickly was expected from the start, and the crowd was just here to watch them suffer. Riser, we need to do something. This boy is no ordinary opponent. The Gremry must have chosen him, because they knew he would be able to beat us without any problems. Eubaluma, Riser's queen, warned her king as she hoped dearly they could somehow turn this around, or just get out of this hell pit of an arena alive, since from the look in Issei's eyes, he didn't seem to want them alive. Riser didn't answer, as he couldn't see how this being a Gremry trick would help them. All the onlookers were from Issei's faction. This fight was made possible because of Serzek, who's the former Gremry heir, now turned Devil King. Any way he looked at it, They had been set up to lose right from the start. Riser's second bishop has been defeated. Mahi disappeared into the same green pixel dust that all her fallen comrades had as well. She left behind her king, queen and fellow bishop to the fate of this absolute monster of a fighter. Issei stood before the trio, undamaged and unyielding, with eyes of deep yet calm hatred as he watched them all calmly only a few meters away. "Greetings, Riser Phoenix, we meet again." He spoke, not a single hint of emotion in his voice. He just stood still and calmly, as he held his spear in an unprepared stance, quietly telling them he didn't fear them at all. Riser felt sweat running down his face, as he had never lost this badly or so quickly in his entire life. Even in those fake fights he had done, they had never been this bad. Issei sent him a little smirk, an evil one, before he slowly swung his left and unarmed arm out in the air. A second later, his queen was sent flying into the back end of the arena, leaving a mark in the wall, before vanishing into pixels as well. Riser's queen has been defeated. The sibling pair watched him, dreading the next few seconds of their life. They would lose, that much was obvious. But before that, how much pain would they experience before he beat them too? "I hear you wish to force yourself upon your fiancée, Rias Gremory, and her peerage? Is this true?" Issei asked. His tone felt cold, yet uncaring all the same. Riser didn't know what to do, answer honestly or lie, since either way he felt he would be killed. Issei stepped a bit closer. Riser could feel his lack of magical power, and how much his physical strength seemed to compensate for it. It reminded him of a certain failure from the Bale clan. I have. How do you even know that?" He received a shameful stare from his sister, and a weirdly happy look from Issei for a brief second. "Oh, I just do. You should really pick your prayers better in the future, trust me, Eros likes to gossip." Riser became confused, since he didn't quite understand his answer. "What do you revel?" He barely got his mouth open, before Revel was sent swinging through the air, then slammed into the ground with a hard crushing sound and a sharp snap of her arm, bending in ways it really shouldn't. "I feel bad for your sister, even more now that I remembered that little power of your family's, near instant healing. This is going to be painful, Riser." Riser saw his sister lit up in flames, healing ones, and began to vanish into green dust as well. Then he felt a sharp, unimaginably painful force hit right in his chest. He felt the wind around him break away from the sheer speed he was sent flying, before he was painfully caught by the walls of the arena. He and the audience heard how not only the wall nearly caved in, but also how his entire upper torso's bones broke as they made impact with the wall. He couldn't move, he couldn't really feel anything either. His entire body had gone numb, yet he hadn't been retired from the fight yet, if it even could be called a fight anymore. He felt his healing flames beginning to do their job, as small spikes of intense pain rushed through him. Bones began to reconnect, pierced flesh melted together, and his back head swelled out again, after having been flattened. The pain was too much, but nothing he hadn't experienced before when he had tried to fight his older brother. But at least then, he knew his life wouldn't be in any serious danger, but with this man he had no idea. As far as he knew, his life was in this demigod's hands, and it seemed that he wanted to break and bend it as far as he could, before letting him off the hook. He weakly flopped out of the wall, landing on the sand below it, feeling the last of his wounds closing up. He looked up weakly, as he attempted to stand again, starting with all fours on the ground. He saw him, in the distance, slowly and expectantly marching towards him. He had no weapons on him anymore, only his bare fists, which he seemed to be preparing for whatever other hellish pain he was about to deliver to Riser's already regretful being. Issei stopped only a few feet away from him. His stern face was hidden underneath the shade that his helmet made, making Riser unable to tell if he really was a man or a monster. He tried putting up one of his hands to surrender, but felt it be kicked clean off, making him fall on his left side in a small puddle of his own blood. He felt the grainy dusts of sand touching his bare skin and muscles, then his flames regrowing his arm, but not without removing the few pieces of sand that got stuck inside. He yelled out in pain, nearly crying, with no one in the crowd cheering for their hero, nor booing Riser. The entire place had become quiet. "Stop crying, you wuss," Stand up and fight. Issei kicked him on his left shoulder, making him fall on his back, not before he quickly tried to turn around and crawl away, terrified of this monster in the shape of a human. This wasn't a fight anymore, it was just a torture show, and no one, except the torture, seemed to be enjoying this. As Riser kept trying to flee, he was berated by Issei, while being flung all across the floor, from powerful kicks and wide swings from his hands. This lasted for an ungodly 2 minutes, before Zeus snapped his fingers, sending a stack of lightning on Riser, retiring him painlessly. Issei looked over at his father, sending him a sharp and angered glare. Zeus merely ignored it, feeling his son's little display of torture porn had been enough, if not even a bit too much. He looked over at the announcement, nodding his head as a sign to end the fight officially. The man nodded in a fast motion, before putting his mouth back on the horn. Riser Phoenix has retired from the fight. Meaning that Issei Hayada has won this fight. No one cheered though, only a few more sadistic crowd members did, but they were silently shunned to keep quiet by their betters. Issei simply looked back towards where Riser and his team came from, and headed that way so he could wait until the next match, with Lanitos, who had transformed back, slithering after him. We will now be holding a short break until the next fight, the announcer said, yet he felt quite unsure if the next fight would even be a fight. As did most of the others in the crowd, and even some among the 12 gods, had their own doubts if this whole thing should be continued or not. Ares was in favor of it continuing, which wasn't that controversial of an opinion coming from him, but a few others agreed with him as well, namely, Hades, Poseidon, Artemis, Apollo, and Aphrodite. Meaning half of the ruling gods wanted this whole thing to continue, despite how obviously unfair of a fight the last one had been, and how even more unfair the next one would be. You cannot be serious. The boy would send them all to the infirmary with just a single blow. We can't let his need for justice, let him go down this dangerous path. Athena objected to her brother's proposal. Ares chuckled lightly, putting his hands into the air as if to calm Athena down, not that it really worked, before he began to talk. Dear sister, I highly doubt he would go so serious on them, as he did the last group of devils. He used to be their guardian, I wouldn't put it past him to have become friends with them. I doubt Issei would ever hurt one of his friends, and especially not Irina. Ares countered before assuming a more relaxed position, as if he had won this whole discussion already. All of them could agree Issei would normally never hurt his friends, family, and whatnot. And the bit about Irina was definitely a very hard point to disagree on, but even so, for those who could still see the bigger picture of this whole situation, doubted that it would really make much of a difference at the moment. It might actually make him much more dangerous in the next fight. He did attempt to attack my sister and her peerage twice now because of that girl, Zeus said, as he made his presence known to 12 gods, who all watched him with a questioning look. What do you mean, Devil King? Hades asked, adding just the slightest amount of salt as he uttered the words Devil King, thanks to him and the devils not really having the best relationship. I mean that your nephew might have a rather immature way to handle his emotions when it comes to that girl, be she in danger or not. Zeus explained as he walked past the 2 groups of gods, towards the podium, and watched briefly the destruction left behind. This fight was rigged by you all. I knew that the moment you requested to host this rating game, but I don't think any of us knew how horribly outmatched both my sister, or Riser, Issei was going to make this fight and likely the next fight as well. Zeus turned back towards them, watching them with a stern glare, unknowingly showing a bit off of his cis-con anger. Then what would you have us do? Zeus asked, not liking the way the younger man was looking at him, as he sent his own glare in response. The 2 sides all stood in silence, no one daring to cause any more problems at the moment. They all knew the next one who spoke up had better think carefully about what they were going to say. And someone did, as the sound of wet feet stepping across the marble floor drew everyone's attention. A beautiful, majestic, fairly light brown-skinned giant of a woman stepped out of the darkness, with her dark blue dress and raven black hair flowing along the ground, like a river. Hades bowed as soon as he saw her, with her sending him a small smirk, before greeting the 2 men of the hour. Lord Zeus, god of thunder, son of Kronos and king of the gods. and Lord Serzex Lucifer, one of the 4 devil kings, son of the Crimson Rose. The goddess of the greatest river in all the realms stood before them all, Styx, in all her divine glory. I have a solution, maybe even the only one that you really need to resolve this problem of yours. A devilish smirk formed on her face, as she began to explain. Olympus, arena of the gods. Issei came bursting through the door, making the 2 people inside the room, cleaning it, stand completely still, frozen in fear. He marched past both of them, towards the back door leading to the main part of this room. He nearly ripped it off the handles, before going inside and closing it with a hard bump. He didn't care for the fancy furniture or snacks laid out before him, as he stormed past them all and fell on his knees, making 2 small indents under his knees. He sluggishly undid his helmet's binds, throwing it off in some random direction, before undoing his armor's straps and nearly just ripping off his body as the binds didn't seem to do as he wanted. He growled quietly, before groaning in defeat, after finally getting it off and just sitting on the floor with his flimsy green shirt and his leather war skirt. He felt his arms shaking, as a repetitive stinging pain started to grow in his arms. Small black lines had begun to appear along his blood veins. With them came more pain and more violently shaking. Issei felt like his arms were burning, as the lines began to grow further up and down his arms, connecting slowly one by one, then spreading beyond just his veins. He felt like crying from how intense the pain was, but knew to keep quiet and just let it pass, as he always did. Slowly the lines faded away again, and the pain with it. His arms stopped shaking, and he let out a breath he didn't know he had been holding on to. He let out a deep and unnaturally steamy breath, filling his nostrils with the smell of brimstone. He felt his body returning to normal shortly afterwards, making him stand up and sit down on one of the klimos, a Greek lounging chair/sofa. He just laid there for a few minutes in complete silence with his eyes closed, thinking back on his fight partly, while feeling brief moments of pain from earlier. He cracked open his right eye, watching the room he had stumbled inside of in a thoughtless need to find some place to vent and release the backlash of using Lenidos's weapon form. He felt childless with how overly dominating he had been in the fight. He hadn't needed to go that far to just beat them, nor had the last 3 minutes been needed, but yet he couldn't deny his inner feelings of twisted joy from having put Riser and his peerage in their place. I really am messed up, both inside and out. He chuckled half-heartedly at his own comment, before sighing tiredly. I wouldn't say that, you're just feeling a bit Cronus's curse, that's all. A woman said, jokingly as she entered his line of sight, surprising him momentarily, before remembering seeing the woman briefly when he entered what he presumed now to be her room. He tried getting up, but felt an invisible force keeping him down on his back. Oh, don't get up just for little old me, Issei dear. You must be in grave pain. If you sighing just once was enough to let out the smell of one of Ares's wars. The woman said, as she kept her left hand up to keep him under her force, as she walked towards him with a cheeky smile on her face. If not for his sister's thorough lectures on his faction history, he would have thought this woman to be simply another guest from another faction. But her lunar beauty, starlight eyes, with her moon-gray hair crowning her pearly white-skinned face. Her dress of utter and endless darkness crept over the floor soundlessly, as the goddess stood above him and looked down at his awe-filled face. The goddess of the night, and among the oldest beings alive in the supernatural world, Lady Nyx. I am so sorry to have Nyx stopped him, as she put her finger on his mouth, shutting him up with a kind smile. Just Nyx will do, dear, and don't worry so much. You should really worry more about your body, and what it is trying to tell you, cutie. NYW smirked deviously, as her finger began to slither down from his face and towards his chest, before suddenly stopping at the bottom of his ribs. Or should I say she took her arm back, then suddenly and violently pieces through his ribcage. Child of Cronus. Olympus, Nyx's viewing room. A small, weak jet of blood shot out of Issei's chest. He looked at Nyx, then the hole in his chest, and only a few seconds after, before he even spoke a single word, he realized he hadn't felt a single shred of pain. And as he noticed his lack of pain, he saw Nyx have a deeply embarrassed face, with a deep red blush and everything. She yanked her blood-stained finger out of his chest, as she clasped her cheeks and began to walk in circles as she mumbled something under her breath. He couldn't get up still, as if she had forgotten to undone her magic, or whatever. What is happening right now? Issei asked, a bit confused as he felt like something didn't fully add up. Like being told he was a child of Cronus was pretty unexpected and a bit shocking, but with how she was acting now, it seemed like she had done something wrong. Besides her wounding him, possibly breaking his ribcage and saying his dad was someone who was long dead, he didn't know what else she could have possibly done wrong. Not that those things alone were already bad enough. Nyx stopped her little panic parade and looked back down at him, as she watched him for a brief few seconds, then tried to composure herself. I failed. At the one singular thing I had to do by my father, if my children saw me acting like this. The next family get-together would be a disaster. The goddess stared out into the air blankly, as the nightmare's horror of her and all of her kids, and there were a lot of them, having a family get-together, and them all having seen her blunder this much. Issei just raised one of his eyebrows, as he didn't really understand what was so bad about, since his family normally made fun of his ups, so what could be so bad about letting nearly 100 or maybe 1,000 if one includes all the mortal ones on top of that, see her do up like this, unless… Did you call me Cronus's kid by accident and meant to call me someone else's? Issei asked, hoping his deduction was correct, which it seemed to be, as the goddess Wimperle nodded her head in agreement. Yeah, your Typhoon's kid. ORC waiting room. The entire peerage sat in a quiet peace, with a small and slowly growing fear brewing in the back of their minds, as they waited for the announcer to start the next fight. The fight where they would have to fight Issei, someone who they had complicated feelings for. They were friends, yet also they had a bit of hatred between the two parties. Most of said hate came from constant, and most definitely planned situations that Issei hadn't been told about beforehand, for now rather obvious reasons. He had a temper unlike most, and along with raw and destructive power, making any who would be stupid enough to defy him in any way, unlikely to ever anger him ever again. The first nail in their shared coffin had been taking and making Irina into a devil without his knowledge. This was the reason behind most of his rage towards them. And most recently, his and Irina's misunderstanding between each other, right before Issei had been picked up by Hermes. So to say their current relationship was shaky and uncertain was a good way to put it. Sir Zeus had left to talk with the gods, leaving the group alone to sit in this eerie quiet. At least, until Rhea stood up and got the attention of everyone, as she walked over to inspect the footage of the last fight. We can beat him. Her words may have been few, and maybe even a bit too quiet, but still they all felt what she had meant. Are you serious, Rhea-sama? Kiba asked. He stood up, as hope started appearing in his and the others' eyes. Yes, if you look closely here at this 1 second of video. She stood a bit to the side, then pointed to the scene she spoke of. They all looked closely at it, and saw some black lines that slowly appeared along his arms, then disappeared a second later. It might just be a hunch, but it seems Issei can't use this power for that long, at least not without any backlash. Rias explained. So, he might not use this power in the next fight? Is that what you're saying, President? Irina asked, receiving a nod from Rias, making the slowly growing hope start to take root, raising their morale slightly. He might even be weaker when we fight him, since he seemed a bit in pain when he left the arena. Asia said, surprising a few of them for having noticed something they hadn't, but besides that, the entire team could only smile as their victory seemed secure. If we rely on each other, and take advantage of him not being able to go all out, and maybe even a bit weaker than normally, then we can win this, you guys. So let's do. Interrupting her little speech, came the voice of the announcer through the screen, with it now showing him speaking with some papier in his hands, reading it as he spoke. The second fight shall soon commence. Unfortunately, a few people have said they disliked the last fight for how quick it went, so our 12 gods and one of the devil kings have come to an agreement, a change of the rules if you will. The man said before looking over at someone off screen, looking at them like, are you serious about this? With him receiving some answer that probably sounded like, just say it. Issei shall in the second fight only use his fists, and carry 4 golden bracelets, 1 on each of his limbs. The announcer said, receiving both boos and cheers from the crowd, making it finally a bit more dives with their opinions. Rias and her team just looked at the video feed, then at each other and nearly began to jump for joy, feeling they had won already. This sudden pride and feeling of being unbeatable all came from the fact they had beaten him once or twice now, so in their minds beating him a third time shouldn't be too difficult. They all began to get ready, planning their first moves, preparing their weapons and calming their nerves, then headed out towards the arena. The shade of the arena entrance was soon replaced with the sharp light of the sun above, as the peerage entered the arena on the northern side. They saw the thousand, upon thousands of gods, demigods and other mythical beings all seated in the stance, cheering and going crazy over the upcoming fight. They could see where the 12 gods sat, with Zeus sitting next to the 3 main ones, on a much smaller chair. They also saw Issei standing on the southern side of the arena, unarmed and without a helmet too. He stood firmly still, with his toned muscles profusely shown, while his eyes seemed tired yet stern. "Is it just me or does he seem really tired?" Aquino asked, with a few agreeing. "Maybe this is part of the backlash he suffered after using that power?" Irina asked, having experienced something like this after she had used the boost gear for the first time. She summoned it, letting Draeg's automatic chant begin. Boost! A long, heavy-looking curved sword appeared in her right hand. She stung it into the ground, now prepared to fight. Kiba brought out 2 black swords from the ground. "The fight shall begin soon, but before that, Issei, would you please lift your hands into the air?" Issei did as he was asked, with the announcer throwing 4 small golden objects at him, with them flying right towards each of his limbs and sealing themselves onto him. At first he didn't react, then he seemed to almost fall over from the sudden weight added to him. "Good, now that is over, shall we begin this fight?" The crowd cheered before a strike of lightning hit the middle of the arena, signaling the fight to start. Issei began to march towards them, with each step he took cracking the ground underneath him, yet he seemed stern and firm as he looked at Irina and Irina only. "Okay everyone, let's do as we planned. Kiba, Kaneko, you do as we would while training. Aquino, you will support them with ranged attacks. Asia and Irina stay with me. We'll only start attacking once the others have dealt enough damage to Issei," Rias ordered, with the others all yelling back. "Yes, President." Then headed off to do their job, while Isa and Irina stood back and waited with Rias. The trio of Knight, Rook and Queen began their combined attack on Issei, who just blocked and swung slow punches and kicks at them, which they easily evaded. It was a bit different when he was attacked by Aquino, since he was barely able to dodge before he was hit by lightning, but luckily it was lightning, so he took less damage thanks to that. They kept him from getting any further, but didn't do too much damage overall, which kind of made Kiba suspicious, since he felt like his sword should have made a wound at least once by now. Yet he felt his sword keep bunching off, like his skin was as hard as a rock. "We're not going anywhere with this, we need to do something else." "But what?" Kiba thought, as he kept slicing at Issei, while evading his fists. Kaneko had a similar thought, as she saw how she left not a single scratch or bruise. She saw how Issei didn't even seem to spare them a single glance, as he kept perfectly blocking their strikes. She took it a bit personally, like he was not even seeing her, Kiba or Aquino, as a threat. It made her start seeing how Issei had never really given them his all before. This was probably the strongest he had ever been in a fight against him. And he wasn't even trying his fullest to fight them. Kaneko got just a bit mad, and kicked him with even more force than normal in the left side of his stomach, making him suddenly seem to jolt awake with a pained expression. She felt his eyes glare at her shortly after, then felt her right arm break as it took the brunt of his sudden right fist, that sent her flying out to the side. Kiba and Aquino saw it first, then the others, who watched in fear as Kaneko shortly after retired from the fight in a swarm of green dust. "Rias's Rook has been retired." The crowd cheered, finally seeing some kind of action from the strongest combatant in the arena. "Rias, should I go and help?" Irina asked, but received a quick shake from Rias. "Issei, what the hell was that? Were you trying to kill Dash, shut it and fight me?" Issei suddenly roared, pain filling his voice as he swung out at Kiba, who barely managed to evade this time. Issei kept swinging at him, kicking the ground with such strength that it made the whole arena shake, making the crowd's cheer grow. Kiba was on the defense, as he had to evade every single attack, for if even one hit, then he was out. Even Akino's attack did little to stop Issei's ground-wrecking rampage. Kiba, thanks to his rather uncomfortable positions, of being near Issei and his fists, saw those black lines start to appear again, then felt his fiery breath touching his face. He felt like he had been given a wave of smoke right in his face, as his eyes began to well with tears, and his lungs felt heavy and painful. What the hell is this? He wondered, as he kept dodging and evading, but felt his body starting to struggle as he could barely breathe. The others, both those fighting and those watching, all saw how his skin began to darken with each hit and kick he made. His eyes slowly became a pair of glowing red slits, while his fiery breath became more visible to everyone. He swung once more at Kiba, who could barely breathe anymore, finally hitting him clean on his left shoulder, breaking it before Kiba retired from the fight. Rias's knight has been retired. He stood still for a few seconds, as his skin started to revert to his normal lightly tanned white skin, and his breath no longer felt like a vent to hell itself. He then turned towards the 4 remaining members of Rias's peerage, his eyes now also returning to their normal brown color, but still a hint of the red remained in the depths of them. He began to walk towards them again, while looking even more tired than before, yet still he walked towards them sternly and determined. Rias, what do we do? Akino asked, as she returned to her king's side, ready to keep fighting, but her fear was noticeable in her voice. Rias just watched him walking towards them quietly, trying to find any or make a plan to win against him. I don't know. She spoke shortly. I do, Rias Gremory, let my partner fight him. One-on-one. Drake spoke firmly, as he surprised the 4 girls with his suggestion. Absolutely not. She can be Dash, I know, so I shall grant Irina a boon of my power, allowing her to beat him, in exchange for her eyes. The 4 of them all watched the gauntlet, none too sure of how they should react to Drake's proposal. Yet Irina seemed keen on agreeing to his deal, as she slowly walked in front of Rias, then raising her left arm towards her face to have a face-to-face talk with Drake. My eyes? How long can I use this power of yours for my eyes? Can I offer anything else instead, something less valuable? Irina asked. She wanted to fight and beat their opponent, but giving her eyes in exchange wasn't something she wanted to do. Minute, and no other part of your body can give you as much power or for this long, without you dying in the exchange. Drake infomed her, making her feel a bit sad, but took a deep breath and looked into Issei's raging eyes, then back to her gauntlet. Fine, I shall give you my eyes, but you better make sure this power of yours can beat him. Irina nearly demanded, as she mentally prepared herself to feel her eyes disappearing or whatever Drake had planned to do with them. You can't do this, it's just a fight. We have already won thanks to Dash, it's my decision, Rias. I am doing this, so you can prove to everyone that you could have beaten Riser yourself. Irina said, smiling at her teammates, before she became consumed in a green light. A few minutes ago, with Surzex and the gods sat and watched, as the announcer threw 4 golden rings into the air. The rings seamlessly on their own, honed in on Issei's arms and legs, clasping around them and making Issei nearly fall on his knees. He looked like a bodybuilder, his veins and muscles all bulged and strained underneath his tan skin, as he regained his balance and began to march forward, one step at a time. See there, devil boy, now this fight shall be much more fair, as Issei carries the weight of an entire mountain of pure gold. Zeus said, pointing at his son, smirking a bit proudly for whatever reason that Surzex could not fathom. Why should a father be happy to see his own son be handicapped and strained with the weight of an entire mountain of gold? Surzex could hardly believe that anyone, besides the 2 5 beings, could carry such a ridiculous weight and fight at the same time. You must surely not think this would make me any less worried for my sister. If anything, you have just made his punches that much more dangerous. Surzex countered, to which he earned snickers and humorous mumbles from the gods, and the few lesser gods who had joined their parents or masters. He watched them suspiciously as he tried to figure out what it was he was missing that was so funny. Simply watch and see how this fight will go, Devil King. Hades spoke, as he leaned back into his chair and watched calmly his nephew trying to defend himself from the trio of devils. Sir Zeus eyed him eerily, before doing as the god suggested, and watched a most interesting strike land on Issei's stomach, by Kaneko, as she looked angrily at the demigod. Then both she and Kiba seemed suddenly scared, as Issei roared out in pain, before punching Kaneko so hard she retired the moment she made contact with the wall on the opposite side of where Sir Zeus sat. He felt shocked, even a bit fearful, as he watched Issei start flailing his arms and stomping the ground at Kiba, with no struggle, as if the weight was no longer a restraint on him. "Shut it and fight me!" he roared out like an enraged stray would, when cornered. It only became more concerning, as his skin seemed to turn charcoal dark, with his nose and breath releasing breaths of ash and embers out with each breath he took. He slammed his charcoal-colored fist into Kiba's shoulder, retiring him with that singular punch, before turning his sight back on Rias. "What the hell was that? Tell me, Zeus!" Sir Zeus yelled, angered by what he felt was a breach of this supposed handicap that should have made his sister's fight more fair, yet it seemed like it did barely anything. The gods all seemed amused by his anger. He felt their amused eyes stare at him, before he heard the thundering voice of Zeus, speaking with laughter. "That Devil King is my son's greatest flaw and his truest strength. He calls this power dragon breath, as his insides begin to burn from how hot his muscles and metal bones get from using too much of his strength." Zeus explained, chuckling. Sir Zeus just watched the god briefly, then looked back at Issei, who had regained his former appearance, then stood up and looked back at the foot god. "What is it that you and your son want? Is this fight really supposed to be winnable for my sister?" Sir Zeus asked, his tone warning them to answer carefully or else. Zeus smirked, as he looked down at him, a flicker of lighting flying across the edge of his sky-blue eyes. "Maybe not your sister, but for my adoptive daughter, most certainly." He spoke, as he looked back to the arena and smiled, as what he truly had wanted to see this whole time had begun in one way or another. "Balance breaker! Welsh dragon scale male!" A mighty voice roared out into the arena, making Sir Zeus turn around and see a sight he, nor many of the others hadn't expected to see fully. Crimson red, steel of godly quality, and gems and gold of draconic beauty, and the most notable part was the massive slab of ragged golden color steel colossal sword the armored figure wielded. Irina had achieved the most powerful state of any sacred gear, the balance breaker. "Issei, face me, one-on-one!" she declared as she effortlessly pointed her massive sword at him, with him scowling at her. "Fine, let's begin." Olympus, Arena. As Irina's blade rose up and aimed at him, Issei simply felt numb at the sight of his love, now wanting to fight him like he wasn't her old friend. Her draconic armor, her power and everything else that flared and covered her, meant nothing to him, as he could only see her underneath all of it. "Issei," she began. He felt her voice not caring for his name, like it meant nothing to her. "Face me." He saw her determination under the slits of her helmet. Even with the look of a determined fighter, ready to fight him, he could not help but wish for their childhood back, where everything was so much simpler. "One-on-one!" she finished, holding her sword tightly in her hands, now awaiting his answer. He felt the burning of his body insides. His muscles had barely calmed down after the shock he had felt after Kaneko hit him in his old wound. His veins still stung him along his arms, and his old scar felt especially hurt under his armor. Still he gritted his teeth, before scowling in pain at her. "Fine, let's begin this," he said before marching forward again, yet it slowly turned into a light jug. Irina did the same, but her speed suddenly sped up and she was suddenly up in his face, readying her sword to slash him. He felt the force of the slash, as he dodged out of the way, then sent his right fist at her side. He felt the steel make contact with his fist, but only as he grazed it. As Irina spun around his arm to hit him from behind with her sword, he felt the sudden and throbbing pain as his back wailed from the strong impact, making him stagger forward, almost falling over. But he managed to stop his fall, by stomping the ground with right leg, making Rias, Aquino and Asia jump a few feet into the air, before landing on the ground again. He swung his left leg at Irina, but missed her, with her trying to hit his right leg. he blocked her sword by using the golden ring on his leg, making it slam into the ground instead. As Irina tried to take her sword out, Issei threw his left and right fist at her stomach, indenting her armor and making her feel breathless. The taste of watery iron filled her mouth, yet luckily she didn't spit any out, at least not until she was hit a second time in her stomach with Issei's left knee. She cried out in pain, and with it came her blood spewing out of her helmet's mouth holes. "Give up, Irina. Please," Issei asked, as he stepped away from her as she struggled to stand. Irina managed to yank out her sword, before using it to support herself, as the armor slowly repaired itself. She felt the blood on her face, still some lingering inside of her mouth. She clenched her fist tightly, then spat out the remaining blood and got her weapon ready again. "I won't lose. I have to win, to repay Zeus for saving me," she said. Her voice seemed to strain itself as she tried to keep the pain from overpowering her. She leaped at him, making an overhead swing, which Issei blocked with his 2 golden rings on his arms. She landed, still using all her strength to try and slice him, as she and him held a direct line of eye contact. She didn't see his skin turning black, like charcoal, but felt his breathing be replaced with fire, then as his eyes turned as orange of melting iron. "I see. Then you have forced my hand, Irina." His words seemed sad to her ears, with what looked like a small tear leaving his eye, though it turned to steam as soon as he let it go. She felt her sword beginning to be pushed slowly away, before it almost made her fall on her back, as Issei pushed off her so forcefully. She managed to stop herself from falling on her, but, as she looked up, she could swear her eyes seemed to flicker, as the sight before her changed for a small second. A giant demon covered in coppery green armor, with green flames underneath it and ghosts at its side. Now instead stood black burnt young man, with fire in both his eyes, lungs and veins. She briefly saw the shimmer of her old friend. She saw Issei, hidden under the skin of this burning warrior, this monster of brimstone and fire. Yet as soon as she saw him, she saw the monster once again, and how he towered over her. His ashen breath started to fill her lungs, making it burn her mouth and make her unable to breathe fully. "Look out!" Drake shouted inside of Irina's head, making her put up her sword's broadside and block the immensely stronger punch Issei shot at her, making her fly out of the ashen cloud he had made appear around them. She stood up, ready to fight whatever monster this man had become, as she saw him creep out of the smoke of his own breath, his fiery orange eyes staring her down. "Go for his old scar, on the left side of his stomach," Drake suggested. Irina nodded her head, still feeling a bit sluggish with all the smoke in her lungs. Yet still she managed to leap towards him, dodging his fist barely, before hitting him on his scar with the hilt of her sword. He first felt the hit, then the weight that came after. He keeled over, feeling his wound roar through his body, as he released his own to match it. "Damned dragons! Die!" Issei roared out, as he swung out at Irina with full force, barely thinking of what he could do if hit her cleanly. She barely dodged his outstretched claw-like fingers, only being hit by the strong wind that followed it, before she kicked him in his weak point again. Again, another roar of pain and rage left his beastly mouth, and with it another deadly slash of his right hand, that she yet again dodged much more smoothly. She swung her sword at his left leg, cutting it cleanly and deeply to strike bone, that made a metallic sound as she struck it with full force. She felt her sword shaking violently, while Issei felt even more pain, so much so he had to kneel down as he could barely manage the weight of the rings and the pain in his body. Irina made one more kick, this time right in his face, making fall on his back with a massive dump, as the ground seemed like a meteor had just hit, with how deep the crater he made was. She just stood for a few seconds and watched him lying there, on the ground, wounded more than her teammates or Riser and his peerage had managed. "End it now, Irina. Make him submit to you and hopefully he will give up," Drake ordered, with Irina choosing to follow his order and laying her blade near Issei's naked neck. Not close enough to hurt him, but enough to threaten him. "Give up." She felt something in her eyes again, a forceful pain that made her shut her eyes from how painful it was. When she opened them again, it was like a small layer of paper fell off them, revealing the charcoal burning man again. She saw how his body slowly began to regain his original color, His ashen breath stopped, and now only used air came in and out of him. And there he was again, hidden by age and fighting scars, her old friend. Issei? She fell on her knees, losing her sword as her mind struggled to comprehend how he was suddenly in front of her. The crowd had gone silent, as they all watched the pair have this moment. Issei slowly opened his brown eyes, looked at her with worry, as he feared if this was just his mind playing tricks with him. He reached out with his arm with great struggle, as he tried to reach her. Irina? Can you see me? Now? He asked weakly, with her nodding as small tears left the slits of her helmet. Nyx's viewing room. In the window of her room, she saw the pair have their little moment, smiling devilishly as she began to weave her hand around in their directions. Silver starlight strings flowed out of her nails, as they began to weave together a starry sky, with one certain star constellation beginning to form. A single star, yet no star at all. A void in the middle of her perfect night, yet everything in it at the same time. Chaos. Creator of all gods, deities and divine beings, and the two dragon gods, as they spawned from his chaotic mass as two personas of him. Dear Father, bless your great-grandson on this day, as he shall take our world to the next era. The goddess spoke as she watched her tapestry finish itself. Before it unbound itself, all of its many strings flew out of her window and towards Issei and Irina. Back in the arena, the pair, nor others, saw the many starlight strings fuse to them, as the pair finally held each other's hand for the first time in what had felt like an eternity. Irina. I have no words for how much I have missed you. Issei spoke, as he reached out his still sizzling hand to touch her face. Almost as planned by Drake, the armor vanished, making Irina feel extremely tired, yet she could still sit. No, she wouldn't let something as small as her stop her from being with her childhood friend. I'm so sorry I couldn't see it was you. I am so sorry, Issei. She grasped his hand tightly, sobbing into it. He just smiled, as his friend still acted like the same one he knew so long ago, always crying when she apologized. You haven't changed one bit, Irina. His smile seemed to fade, as he repeated his words inside of his head. But I have changed. Changed too much. He thought, change is unavoidable, blood of mine, soon shall you be faced with a new Chang'elin, that I promise you, blood of mine. A shuddering voice spoke inside of him, making him question his sanity for a brief moment, before he remembered his last few dreams. All had been like omens, and the last one had been the most ominous. He hadn't noticed that both he and Irina had both fallen unconscious, ending the fight as a victory for Rias and her peerage, freeing her official of Riser and their forced marriage. Serzex left with his sister, her peerage, and Issei for the Ku, leaving the gods with a bad taste in his mouth and scary thoughts in mind. What else do they know about him that we don't? Ku Academy, the main school of the town, and main place of education for most of the supernatural population in the area, in one of the many buildings set aside for club activities, namely the Girls' Kendo Club building. In said building, a very interesting event was taking place, as for the first time, willingly, a man was allowed inside. This man was the one and only male foreign student, Greek orphan from Japan and lover of Spanish traditional music, Issei Hayato. He had been asked, or rather pestered by many of the girls from the club to come and join them for practice just once. They had seen his body was not scrawny and weak, like most of the other boys, plus he was objectively much more handsome than them too. Only their Kiba-sama could hope to ever match him, both in looks and in charm, as currently Issei was fending off the vice president of the club, while smiling calmly at her. No mortal, human or supernatural, could hope to ever match him in physical prowess and technique. You did pretty well, considering this was your first time with a kendo sword, Kate said, while trying to catch her breath after their practice spar. Issei just chuckled lightly. What can I say, maybe I am just gifted with fighting and that kind of stuff. You weren't too bad either. He smiled, as he turned away and looked towards the only other person in the room, who wasn't a member of the club, and certainly wasn't a female either. What about you, what do you think, O knight in shining armor? Issei asked, making Kiba shake his head, slightly annoyed at his nickname, but still he smiled as he stepped out of the doorway. I feel very honored to be able to see what all you girls get up to. But when it comes to sword fighting, I am not an expert at all. It looked good though. Kiba lied with a sweet and charming smile, sending a look towards Issei, warning him not to go too much into detail about him or himself. Issei just rolled his eyes, but accepted Kiba's request. The two left shortly afterward, with a few of the girls crying as the two most objectively wanted men left. They marched towards the old school building, Issei whistling something, rather poorly, while Kiba kept his eyes on Issei with a glint of annoyance sparkling in his gray eyes. Issei could feel his companion's eyes on him, but didn't feel like starting another argument today, so just hoped Kiba would keep quiet. Issei, can I speak with you about something? Kiba asked, sounding less annoyed than he looked, as he motioned off to the side of the schoolhouse. Issei sighed, then nodded and followed after him wordlessly, then stopped as the two turned the corner, both making sure no one unwanted was listening in. What's the problem? Issei started, curious to what the problem might be, since he doubted Kiba would be petty enough to start this conversation over his little nudge to him being good at swordplay. Stop looking at those humans the way you do, Kiba said, making Issei tilt his head to the side, a bit confused about what he had meant by that. Come again? Kiba shook his head, clearly annoyed with Issei's lack of self-observation, which he felt was so obvious. Yet, as his mouth seemed to open, another person's words came out in his place. You see them as equals, and that is a great insult to your very being. No human is equal to you. Issei felt his head sizzle for a brief moment, before he snapped out of it, and by a snap no less. Issei just watched as he left him behind, a bit confused on what had just happened, with Kiba's sudden voice crack or perhaps voice deepening. Whatever it was, it seemed to have been a trick his mind had played on him, but still he knew not to ignore such things. He would just put it at the back of his mind for the time being, since he still had a meeting with the devil heiress of this territory. The main subject was their shared contracts that he needed to read through and also add a benefit to. One in his favor, of course. He stepped inside the meeting room of the Orc Club, seeing it filled with both Rias's and Sona's servants, much like the time he had first met them. Now the only real difference was him and them already knowing each other, and Irina being a part of Rias's peerage, yet one wouldn't think so as she was currently wearing plenty of old Greek jewelry and precious gemstones on all parts of her clothes and head. It had been a gift from her new adoptive parents, with the rest of the family chipping in with small things, mainly just jewels, but Hephaestus gave her a ring of pure ocean and moon-infused grown pearls. It didn't do much, besides look really beautiful, but that was also the purpose of this one small show of divine craftsmanship. Issei couldn't help himself from snickering a bit at the sight of her dressed as such. She almost reminded him of Argos with her many jewels being like his 00 eyes. She blushed, feeling embarrassed by all these precious things on her. Issei laughing at her was nice in some ways, but not when most of the other people in here had also been teasing her about it. At least besides Sona, she had just been telling her she understood her pain and didn't elaborate any further than that. She knew the poor devil heiress had been tortured and some like her, but by who she did not know. Yet, 'tis I, Issei Hayadu, demigod of dragons, son of Zeus and former mentor of Clan Gremry's heir. And this little guy he took out Lanitos from his bag, much like last time, is Lanitos. We are at your service, once again. He finished with a deep bow, before standing up again and giving a small, and not very subtle wink to Irina, who tried to wink back, but had a bit of trouble with her new eyes. Kaneko and Akino sat on each side of her, with a few of the younger girls from Sona's group, sitting on the other sofa in front of them, and they all saw it and made a silent agreement to tease the hell out of her about it later. Welcome back, Issei. They all cheered, as the sound of bubble flask being unlocked sounded from inside the small kitchen part of the room, with Asia and Sabaka coming out with plastic cups and a big flask of bubbly juice in hand. Great to be back, Issei said briefly, before grabbing a cup alongside the others and cheering, as the small after-victory party for freeing Rias of her forced marriage had officially begun. Small time skip. The party had been on for a bit of time now, well past school hours, so they could finally be a bit louder without any problems, so of course someone had the brilliant idea to have the group doing karaoke. The genius behind this was Saji, feeling that he, with his 5 years of music club and middle and at his primary school, was the best singer in the room. He was, and by a lot, until the fated fight between titans came as he stood face to face with Issei, the demigod of dragons on the streets, and the demigod of Spanish music in the sheets. It was a fierce battle, with both sides sweating an unbelievable amount, and making Rias worry her floor would be soaked in sweat and boys' sweat at that. But in the end, and after at least 5 of the most romantic and auto-tuned pop songs, they had a winner. Saji! 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 Issei sat in the corner of the room, praying to his older Apollo to ruin any chance Saji had in pursuing a career in music, with him receiving a message on his phone telling him to just get good. I hate my family, Issei thought to himself, as Sona's group except Sona herself and most of Team Rias, except for Rias and Irina, all left still cheering for Saji for having beaten Issei single-handedly. That was crazy, huh? I didn't know Saji could sing that well, Sona said, unnaturally proud of her pawn for once, before returning her sight back to the sad figure of a once great performer, now depressed demigod. Yeah, I agree. But now that that is all dealt with, shall we look at our new contract, Issei? Rias asked, with him slowly getting out of his corner, meeting hers and Sona's sight with a more happy face. Yes, let's get to it. The 4 sat down around the main table, Rias and Sona on one side and Issei and Irina on the other, holding each other's hands under the surface of the table/desk. We are all in agreement to keep certain parts of our original contract intact, correct? Sona asked, getting a yes from both Rias and Issei. Sona simply nodded, before bringing out 2 separate papers from a small magic circle. One had the sigil of the Gremry clan, and the other had the Citri clans. Underneath was rows upon rows of words, all detailing many small things Issei and the 2 young women had to do, in order to keep the contract fair and balanced, along with rules of what either party can and can't do. Issei can't join any clubs, as he had to patrol the shared territory after school each day, unless told otherwise. Rias and Sona couldn't go into his home with his permission, nor could they force him to do anything that would put him in harm's way. Stuff like that, basic and simple. It looks very complicated. How can you guys even understand any of this? Irina asked, feeling dizzy as she skimmed through the 2 sheets of paper, filling nearly out the entirety of each paper to the brim with words and magic-looking signs. Oh, you don't have to look at the big parts, just the small lines. That's where all the real parts hide, Issei said, as he leaned a bit over to Irina, before sitting up straight again. Sona rolled her eyes, not agreeing fully with Issei's statement, but didn't want to start that discussion. Sort of, but anyway, let's get back on topic. You wanted to change something about the contract before we finalize them, Issei? Rias said, earning herself a small smirk from Issei. Yeah, get Akino out of my house, please, Issei said with a rather dead voice, as the 3 girls all just went wide-eyed at his statement, while Issei just looked tired. Come again? Rias and the 2 other girls asked, with Irina's eyes looking like they were about to turn red and ready to murder her king's queen. Get Akino out of my house, or rather get her out of my bed. Please, Issei said. 7 years ago, Greece, inside the forge of the craftsman of the gods and unfortunate husband to Aphrodite, Hephaestus was hammering away at his newest great work of war, though it was not for his brother nor his sister. It was instead for his newly adopted younger brother, recently turned demigod and a strong one at that. A demigod being really strong wasn't new or that noteworthy, but one who was as powerful as both of the war gods and their followers and children, now that was something. The only bad part about his great strength was his constant broken bones and ripped muscles. The kid was so strong, he just had to punch at half power and his entire body broke just like that, so the gods had come up with a brilliant idea. Make him a divine metal-infused bone, they said. It shouldn't be too hard for the great god of smithing and craft, they said. But look at this, the giant man yelled, as he and his many Cyclops workers all stood at a big slab of stone they called a meeting table. This is easily well, I guess our best work yet, and it was actually pretty easy. Never did I think they would give me an easy task. I feel a bit offended, the smith god said, curious if he should feel offended by the ease of the task or not. Never mind, one of you idiots bring me the boy and Apollo. This next part's gonna be really loud. The god said, grinning a bit as he sat back and waited for his work to be fused to the boy's body. Sup, my dear readers, and thank you all so much for 0 followers, and for waiting these last 2 weeks for this new chapter. I hope you will all enjoy it, as we now truly begin our journey into the second season of DxD. So without more delay, please enjoy this newest chapter. Greece, 7 years ago. How much longer must we wait? I wish to see this boy you speak so highly of, Zeus. The great god of the ocean spoke, as he sat impatiently in his chair, his feelings being shared with his older brother, Hades. The old god of the afterlife and wealth sat on his throne of bones from his most middle of the moral spectrum subjects, hidden underneath a veil so dark it made a few of the demigods gathered there question if he was even there underneath it. Patience, patience. Hephaestus said it would take some time to fuse him with his bones. Besides, you all know that anything that leaves his forge is well worth the wait. Zeus spoke, though it did little to help with the patience of the many beings gathered. Thankfully, they didn't have to wait long, as Apollo and Hephaestus came first, bowing first to the 3 kings, then stepping aside to show the fruits of their efforts, so to speak. May I introduce my younger brother, Issei, now with bones of pure Olympian bronze, the most durable metal in all of the supernatural. The smith god spoke, as he motioned for Issei to step forward, bringing him into the light of a few fire pits, showing them all the slight scarring and remaining blood all over his body. A few of the more soft beings in the room flinched at the sight of the small boy being covered in head to toe with so many scars, yet part of them told to keep quiet, as they all knew it had been for his own good. The 2 kings, who hadn't been able to meet the boy before this day, leaned forward, both intrigued and wanting to get a better look at him. Small note, Hades and Poseidon didn't see Issei back when Zeus and Hera had rescued him and Irina, and they had been busy for the time being afterwards until today, just to clear any confusion. Fine work, this one is. I can see many more guests entering my realm when this one grows up. I smell the stank of death from you, boy, I like it. Hades spoke dryly, as Issei imagined a ghastly smirk forming underneath the black veil. Hades, speak not as if it is set in stone that he shall bring death. He may and he may not, for now let's see if his little problem has been fixed. Poseidon said, as he sat back in his chair, smirking as he watched a figure behind Issei approach. Issei felt all the many giant beings look behind him, only feeling brave enough to look behind him when 2 strong, yet safe hands sat themselves on each of his shoulders. Hello, little brother, are you ready to test your new strength? Herself spoke, with Issei feeling briefly happy to see his favorite older brother, before realizing what he had said. Present Kutown, Issei was cleaning his spear, feeling tired and wet, as it had started to rain a bit after he had begun tonight's patrol. I hate rain. How about you, Marco? Issei asked the cut-off head of the stray he had hunted down, killed and now was talking to as if it could answer. Yeah, same. Know any good date spots nearby? Issei asked again. His little sicko conversation continued on, with him finding whatever Marco was saying quite interesting. Interesting enough to make him not notice the clearly lost and worried, drenched priest walking by him in this small alley in town, with another man also wearing priest clothing seeming to stalk him. Neither of these people seemed to notice each other, and if they did, they didn't seem to care much. Only when the first priest got thrown back into the alley, and landed on top of Marco's corpse, with a massive slash wound across his chest. Only then did Issei's eyes widen slightly, as he saw the man drenched and slowly dying on the floor. He looked towards where the man had been thrown from, seeing the man who had most likely done it. This your friend or something? Issei asked the dying man, not really knowing what else to say in this situation, since he mainly didn't care enough to deal with it. This was church business, that much was obvious from how they dressed, and he had been giving rather strict orders to not engage with them. Yeah, you could say that, so piss off devil shit. Or else. The white-haired sicko yelled back, making Issei look at him with a semi-annoyed look. He went down on one knee, checking the dying man a bit closer, wanting to see how bad his wound was. If he hadn't done so, he might not have been prepared if he had chosen to fight the white-haired man. He could see small traces of extremely powerful power left in the wound, something that no ordinary priest should be able to cause. Unless they used an artifact or you have a holy sword on you, don't you? Issei asked, as he stood back up again, readying his shield and spear slowly. Oh. So you noticed it, huh? This little darling of mine, Excalibur rapidly. The sicko proudly announced, as if that name alone would bring any and all to their knees, but Issei just chuckled. Rapidly? So a sword that makes you faster, well, that matches well with my own abilities. Issei taunted, as he snorted loudly and strongly enough, so smoke flew out instead of air. The man didn't seem weirded or scared by his little taunt, he just seemed more willing to fight, right here and now at that. He suddenly flew at him, sword aimed right at his throat. Issei smirked, before ducking the tip of the sword, smacking it away and swinging his spear from the right. The man blocked his swing, then jumped back as sword suddenly sprung out of the ground where he had stood earlier. The pair looked to another person who was slowly appearing from another dark path in this one, rather dark alley in town. It was Kiba, with a less than happy face and with fierce and focused eyes, as he glared at the white-haired man. If staring could kill, then the guy would have been dead a few times over by now. Oh, looky here! Another devil for me to chop up! And if ain't the prettiest of them all! The man said exactly. Freed Selzen, you're still alive then? Kiba asked, obviously having known this sicko before Issei came, maybe even longer than that, but that was a question for later. Everything about him was so different from yesterday's party, even that little conversation they had had that day, he had been more chipper than now. Sure am miss me? How about that whore of a nun, Asia? She's still wanting to make friends and buddies with you sinful beings. Freed taunted as he put the sword's edge in the ground, as he supported himself on it. He was being cocky, even for one who had a holy sword, this much was beyond dangerous. Kiba gritted his teeth, as his glare intensified. A steel sword as black as Akino's hair appeared from the knight's clenched right hand, with a fire sword appearing from his left palm. You should have died with those crows, you piece of shit! Kiba shouted, before he dashed straight at him, both swords ready to strike the man down. Issei stopped Kiba by grabbing the neck of his shirt, halting the blonde knight's chest from being slashed open by the sicko's sword. Issei, let me go. Kiba was thrown back into his alleyway, with Issei looking at him disappointedly, before redirecting his eyes back on Freed. I'll let you off the hook for tonight, so piss off, he threatened, as he raised his aura as far as he could. Freed got the clear message, and threw a smoke bomb and ran off to God knows where. I get the feeling, this won't be the last I see of. He stopped, as he felt a sharp and cold steel blade, placed against his throat by his friend. I wouldn't do that if I was you. Unless you want a repeat of our last fight? Issei said calmly, as he placed his right hand patiently on the blade. Why did you let him escape? The man is a threat to everyone in this town, supernatural or not. He almost killed Asia? So what, he didn't in the end, right? Issei countered, making Kiba's eyes widen at what he was hearing, before taking the blade off his throat. I guess Irina's little curse made her see the truth. You really are a monster, Kiba said, before leaving Issei alone. His attention was back to the man on the ground, who somehow was still alive even after lying on the ground, with a wound as big as his chest was wide. Please, help her. She can't do this by herself, the man asked worriedly, as he spat out his own blood with each strained breath he took. Issei went down on one knee, holding his hand, keeping him attached to the physical world just a bit longer. What is her name, good sir? The man smiled weakly, thankful for Issei's kindness. A few tears rolled down his face, as he spoke his last words. Her Holiness Zenobia Corda, warrior nun and wielder of Durandal. The man laid lifelessly in his arms, before he was laid back on the ground and burned with the stray's corpses, as Issei watched them both burn coldly. Zenobia Corda. Why her of all people? Time skip, Tokyo Airport. Many people came, went and flew off, as Japan's busiest airport worked as it always had. It had become even more productive ever since a new company had opened their own new gate, called 59. It was for international flights, mainly European ones, which was a bit new for most plane companies. Only with the way they did it, instead of just making multiple stops along the way, and switching planes all the time, they instead always seemed to manage to get you from point A to point B in the same plane and faster than other companies. No one knew how they did it, except for the staff and a few of the desired passengers who flew it. It was a supernatural-owned plane, made for supernatural beings or at least ones who knew of this hidden world. And today it was being used by one such being, a high-ranking member of the church and fearsome warrior, Zenobia Quarta. Everyone on the plane could tell she was a big deal, especially as she got to keep her massive wrapped-up baggage with her, but those who knew she was were scared to death. For they all knew what she had wrapped up in that white cloth, but they also knew of what she held within the dimensional gape. Durandal, among the, if not the current, mightiest holy sword. As the plane landed, she was the first to leave and was given a send-off by the entire staff of the plane, confusing most of the human passengers. As she strode through the glass tunnel, looking for signs to show her where she had to go, but as the signs leading to the packet terminal ended, she came to an irritated stop, not because all the baggage hadn't begun being sent out, but because of the young man holding a cardboard sign, with her name written on it poorly. You too," the pair of late teenage said, as their first greetings to each other, after 4 years of no contact, had officially begun. Zenobia tightened her grip on the hidden hilt of her sword, as her eyes narrowed fiercely, as she readied herself to slay Issei. Issei just stood still and watched her calmly, as the cardboard sign turned into a shield. He did it just to be safe. "You really want to do this, right here and now? Even with all these people around?" he asked, as the sound of people coming their way began to fill the distance. She gritted her teeth, tightening her hand even harder on the hilt, before letting go. "What do you want, you pompous little brat of a false god?" she asked, as she walked closer, almost as if she hadn't just been ready to kill him, only her words still seemed hostile. "I want to help an old friend. Mostly because your friend asked me to, when he died," Issei said, as he changed the shield back to a sign. "I see, so I guess the thieves are trying to keep what they're doing as secret as possible. I shouldn't have sent that man to a devil's territory. They are obviously working with the thieves," she said, tightening her hand angrily, feeling shamed for having sent a man to a place she knew so little of. To know she had sent him there just to die was bad enough, but to learn it was in devil territory only made it worse, as certain parts of the church could easily use this as cause for needless cruelty. "You still hate devils, I see. Always thinking they would jump instantly at the chance to hurt you and the church. It was not you. Shut it. I won't hear a word of your lies. It was my lack of foresight that cost my partner her life. And your unneeded ego and faith in that pagan strength of yours." Zenobia spat at him, her eyes sad, yet angry, as the memories of that day flashed by in hers and his mind, either sure of what really went wrong, only that it did. He wanted to answer back, but kept quiet and released a heavy sigh. "Fine, but this time I mean it. These devils in my faction have a deal, a contract really. So you'll have to talk with them. After all, you can't just stroll into their territory with such a frightening sword on you." His voice had become more relaxed, as he hoped to ease the tension Zenobia had created. "I won't need their approval. I am a high nun and near unbeatable with any sword, so they won't be able to stop me, especially while I wield this gift from God." She patted the clothed sword with a determined look in her eyes, as she seemed so sure not even Issei, could stand in her way with this by her side. Her confidence seemed unbreakable, yet Issei could still spot her doubt, hidden so far below it all and swimming carefully around in dark yellow eyes. "Guess so, but remember still you have never beaten me in any fight, match or game ever. I am still beyond your skill, Zenobia. Do not forget that. And I will not let you harm those devils, no matter what." Their eyes met, as Issei made a line in the sand, metaphorically of course, that she was not to step over or even dare to touch or move. "That would be true, if not for my many years of intense training. After all, only I have ever beaten a god of the two of us." Zenobia drew her own line, with it going far into his side. The two young, yet both incredibly dangerous, representative of their respective factions, there and then both silently agreed to each other's terms, as they began their journey back to Ka and more importantly the devils. Thanks for watching this video. You really enjoy this video. Like, subscribe, and comment down below, and turn on that bell notification. Don't forget to support and follow Marcus from 2005 for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story, link in the description. See you in the next video. Goodbye.